condensing this even further, and then I underestimated how much editing time that would take. But yeah, we'll
make up time for
this
that.
is a wall of text. I'm not going to make you guys do homework here. Essentially, most of the important bits related to each of the threads are here. Most of you are only really invested in one or two of these threads. Oh, speaking of which,
Can I get extra credit if I did do the homework?
if you do all the homework, you can get extra credit. I don't know what
Oh,
extra
yeah.
credit is, but you can have some.
Do I get extra credit for leveling up?
Oh, that's right. We were supposed to level up to 8. That's right.
Yeah, no.
Oh, 8, you say?
You guys should all be level 7. I actually know I still need to send out the guide to a couple of you, but this is probably going to be a session where your level doesn't matter too much, hopefully. We'll see. We'll find out.
How am I gonna kill Jane?
Good luck.
Good luck. Anyway, hello. Welcome to Wildfolk, episode 43. Everybody is kind of going to regroup today, and the goal is to basically just sit around and have a big chat as a group with everybody present so you can discuss all of the insane quantity of things that you have recently learned together as a group. To help with that project, I've started putting together a bunch of summary notes for all of the plot threads that you guys have discovered. It still needs to be summarized some more, but I've at least got it organized here a little bit to help. Once I get it cleaned up fully, I'll probably put out a little recap video like I did for the first 20 episodes. Let's see. What business stuff. Oh, before we get going, we do actually need to jump back very briefly to Jane and Fetch in particular, but also Sketch is there too. We did a thing during Sketch's session that probably influences the two of you quite a lot, so I want to make sure to play it out. But then we will jump back to everybody being regrouped and get going. I should probably make an announcement, and then we'll start.
Here's the announcement. We're live, fuckers.
We're live. Alright, sick. We're going to go through this quickly so that we can get to everybody being together, because that's the reason we're all here. As you guys...
all in this together.
Right. As you guys are wrapping up your business in Avarice. You guys are in two separate groups. We'll start with Jane because Jane's thing is probably a little bit simpler and might not even involve too much of a scene. Jane, what is the date? The first night after you guys complete the mission is supposed to be Dream Night. It sounded like you were just kind of keeping Drifter out, doing the normal thing, not any weird experimentation. Is that true?
Yeah, without Sketch or Fetch or Kaz present to help me, I don't know if I even really could experiment with. The only thing, so like, I'll get him out of the bag of holding, and I want to try to, like, remind me real quick because it's been 90 years.
Yeah. But
he recharges even if I don't sleep, right?
That is what you've discovered. The experiment where Sketch tried to dodge the dream, he recovered less energy until he eventually fell asleep, had the dream, and then he recovered the rest of the energy.
Understood.
So you guys have pretty conclusively made an association between when the dream happens and when he powers up.
Yeah. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to operate under the assumption that probably Sketch and Fetch and Pick are going to sleep tonight, so that the recharge will happen even if it's not quite as powerful. So I'm going to stay awake. I want to observe his recharge, and I want to just, as it starts happening, just activate Rita's stopwatch, just to see. I'm not even trying to do anything, but just to see if it interacts with it, and in terms of is there chronomancy happening?
Absolutely. The pocket watch does seem to detect when chronomancy is happening because it has the ability to kind of latch onto it and empower it. So this is a very reasonable thing. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. You're going to get some information baseline, but let me see how much information you can pull out of all this.
May I have a +1 to this check because of using the stopwatch?
Yes.
You feel me, dog?
Absolutely.
Great. Oh God, I have so much shit. Just a reminder that I have this and this and this.
Perfect. Wonderful.
So just a few things.
Just a couple of relevant
So much
things.
shit.
I'm a big ass nerd.
Knowing things, that's all I do. Oh, that circumstance should be an item bonus. Hold on.
Well, that and murder.
Murder and knowing things. That is a dog shit roll.
Okay. The watch does what the watch does, which is to say it detects when chronomancy is happening nearby, so it can be empowered or hindered.
Actually, real quick, before you start describing anything more, I will go ahead and do this.
Okay.
Reroll that.
Makes it. True.
So now I do get a circumstance bonus.
28 is very good. The flicker of time where the watch seems to latch onto chronomancy happening and offer you a chance to empower it is brief. It is very, very quick. It would have been easy to miss. But you do see that there is just a faint, as you're sitting there watching Drifter, who is sitting perfectly still, not the calm breathing in and out that you would expect from a sleeping person, but simply a static, deactivated machine. There's just like a faint, almost like Geiger click of the watch picking up a little energy, and then it stops. Almost like you're catching the tail end or the very beginning or a very weak signal that seems to be related to chronomancy.
Okay, cool. Intriguing. Jane will be sitting there with a notepad out and jot down the date and a couple notes on those readings.
Wonderful.
That's about it, though.
Perfect.
And
As
then
you were
I'll sleep afterwards and dream, presumably.
Makes sense. As you guys are kind of finishing up your night, and as you are continuing to watch for the rest of the night, and when Drifter does eventually kind of like pop awake, he has a distinct point where he pops awake, like the dreams have happened, and he seems a little more energized, but on the 28 you can easily tell he didn't get as much energy as normal by a pretty significant margin.
Okay.
He's a little more sluggish, or quite a bit more sluggish, I should say. I know
Sorry, go ahead.
that's kind of all you can tell. I know that there's not a lot to go off of here, but that is a thing that would have happened on your way home, is there's one night where Drifter doesn't seem to get a lot of energy back.
Understood. And then when after I observe all that, I will go ahead and go to sleep. And do I have just the usual dream at that point?
You do have the usual dream at that point, and when you kind of pop awake, you see that there's a little more energy that is siphoned in.
Great. Cool.
Wonderful. Then we kind of fast forward your group back to Landfall, where you guys are going to regroup. On the other side of Avarice, let's talk to Fetch. Fetch, when you are having this dream, the night after you complete your mission in the garden, you, for I think the first time since they started happening, experience a slightly different dream. Switch is still there. She still appears to be tormented. She seems to be in pain. You can see that there are injuries. However, you can see that her arms and legs, from the joints down, from the elbows and knees down and out, are essentially fully replaced with these gouts of molten rock and crackling lightning. And rather than just sort of a confused, frantic pain, she is furious. You can see that she is just screaming into the void. All of these overlaid images of her. There are tears streaming down the sides of her teeth. Her teeth are or her face. Her teeth are bared. And there's just this swirling vortex of essentially volcanic energy that is engulfing her. The dream lasts for about the same time as normal, a 10-minute session of her essentially just being absolutely angry as fuck and channeling as much elemental magic as she can. And then you wake up, and you see that Sketch has kind of... I think at this point Sketch was kind of waiting nearby to see if you woke up. Oh, no, sorry, he went back into the cave. In the morning, however, you are able to regroup with Sketch. So you guys are sitting up here.
I think Sketch ran out immediately after waking up to go see him.
I did, yep, because I had elemental to absorb the extra power, so I wasn't sure what happened to him.
Wonderful. Then Fetch,
He
as
had
you're waking up,
anything.
you find that Sketch is running out to you looking frantic, like he has also had a weird dream.
Fetch, are you okay? Or
These. Let me tell you. I'm a developing young lad, and this is not good for my mental health.
yeah, no, it wasn't great. But you're like not breathing smoke, so that's good. Or did you already like?
Well, I'm not breathing. That's true. That is good. I was trying to dream of what it would be like to teleport to the moon, but that is not what happened. I don't know if you got the same dream that I got.
Mom, but with a lot of volcano.
Yeah, it seemed kind of worse. So I think that might be an omen that we're on the wrong track.
Maybe, but she seemed to be in control of it, right? It wasn't like it was consuming her. She was doing it.
Was it an omen to tell us which way to go, or was it like like a communication to tell us what's going on?
I don't know. Maybe we should try contacting her with those weird rituals at Landfall. Did we try that yet? I know we
Yeah.
tried doing the bonding ritual and that fucked up.
Oh, we got it working.
Well, it didn't work as well as it could have.
Yeah, that's true.
But-
Yeah, it's a great idea. Did we not
but
try
you
to do
didn't.
that?
You guys have tried to contact her using the Murmury at the Athenaeum. I believe you were contacting, Pick was part of that the whole time. And it is noteworthy. This happened kind of around the time you guys did the Gorchiga mission. And that is around the time that Sketch started having these dreams as well as Fetch.
Hmm.
In other words, you guys did the ritual and all kind of reconnected, and then Sketch started having these dreams in addition to Fetch.
Mom likes you more, I guess, or she thought I was dead. One of the two.
Yeah, but well, actually, both their parents like me more. But you know, they like me like a lot.
Wow.
You need to learn how to take these hard truths.
Damn.
Jesus.
Well, I'm glad you weren't drowning in lava. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Fuck you too.
Wait.
What?
I've been thinking.
Are you sure? Or is your head hurt? You okay?
It hurts a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't been remembering, so I don't know what I was thinking about, but I have been thinking. No, listen. Where did Drifter come from?
Jane had him. She got him out of some. But I don't know if I know that in character because that was when I was still watching the other sessions. Jane got him from
You
somewhere.
were there.
Were we there? Oh, that was the night when we had fun with the.
Correct.
Yeah, we were in the
Bongani
tent.
tribe.
and- yeah, the Bongani tribe. We came back out of that, and Jane had Drifter. I think she got him from
Yeah,
the cart.
I think she had
Maybe?
him go away though. Maybe I
Yeah.
actually don't remember.
Notably, during that expedition, there was a time where Drifter came out kind of frantically looking for the two of you and made a point of being like, okay, they're okay. And that was where you guys first met Drifter. Drifter
Oh right,
was
I
this
forgot.
weird-
Drifter likes you more too.
Yeah, you guys totally know Drifter's origins in our group. For sure, you were there for all that.
Anyone involved in
question-
the Drifter dream thing can give me an insight, perception site real quick, based on something that Sketch just said.
Anyone present in this scene, I assume you mean.
Yeah. And we'll get you guys regrouped very shortly.
Trying to figure out who he likes more.
Kind of. It's based on that comment. I'm curious if any... Let's see what the roll is.
I think I know what it's for. I have a theory about Drifter.
I'll have to pop it in.
Fetch noticed that very first night, Drifter came looking specifically for Fetch. Sketch is also aware of this. Both of you kind of realize that. In the subsequent nights, Drifters come looking for both of you. So in other words, only the first night was Drifter only looking for Fetch.
That was before I was having the dreams, though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But my question is, where did he come from?
He was in a cart that remember that merchant that Jane killed ruthlessly? Was shooting him in the head or something? He was in that cart.
I mean, to be fair, Baby Boy killed him, but
Baby Boy instigated it. Jane pulled the trigger.
Would you two shut up? People are trying to sleep. No one cares about your fucking nightmares. Get over it.
I'm sorry. I'll talk to you about it later.
You guys eventually kind of start to smell the smell of breakfast, and you find we're going to kind of fast forward this a little bit, but I know Fetch won't want to miss it.
You don't have to stop your scene.
No, we can talk about this when Jane's here, so we don't have to do it again.
Tex was also having a nightmare.
True.
Oh right, you were.
Guys, stop having
Foster's
bad
just
dreams.
awake.
As you guys wake up, you find that Severalex is there for some reason. And she's making breakfast. She makes kind of like this weird frozen fruit mash and some bacon and sausages, just kind of a quick little dinner. And the long of the short of it is that she was informed by her master, Arguminivex, that a Fef got there and asked for help successfully. Arguminivex is going to take care of a Fef. In the meantime, Arguminivex has sent Severalex to watch over the old growth while you're gone so that it's not unprotected. She also says that my master Arguminivex wants to come find you and thank you, both verbally and with reward, for the help that you've done. Not only here, but over in the city of Oakhamel. You guys have twice now done a tremendous service to House Arguminivex, and he would like to repay you. He's going to be busy for a few days, but if we can figure out where to find you, he was going to come and meet you. That all got sorted out and essentially made it clear that he would come talk to you in a few days, no matter where you are. Tex, what you...
Oh, I was just going to ask her if she could take me to him right now.
Oh, if it's urgent, I'm certain that he would be very happy to visit all of you.
Extremely.
Okay, we're locked into a course of action based on what happened in the last session. However, she says, yes, I'll arrange a meeting as soon as I can. I know that he's going to be busy for a couple of days helping Afef get cleansed of whatever is happening to her. He suspects it's some sort of a necromantic enchantment. However, I'll arrange a meeting as quickly as possible. In the meantime, kind of recapping what happened last session, she establishes that you guys are headed back to Landfall pretty urgently to talk to your group and figure out what to do, but then you might come back. And to that end, you guys are essentially able to convince her to help with some fast travel. And in order to facilitate that fast travel, she asks you all to turn around, and when you turn back around, you see that she is much, much larger. These enormous blue-scaled wings unfurling out from behind her, as she takes on a true dragon form, and offers you a lift.
All picking around.
Yeah. She also does a little electric breath when I think Baby Boy was the one who asked her sketch.
Yeah, it was me.
Wonderful. And as that's happening, Fetch, she does kind of look to you and gives almost like a little sheepish, a little cheeky glance. She definitely gives you a bit of an annoying look when she turns into her enormous dragon form. All right, this is going to be a quick trip, but if you hold on tight, it should be all right. And she kind of prepares to fly you all out. We have a hand raise from Foster. What's up?
Do Mephistoph and Thalia come with us?
Absolutely. As long as you're willing to take them.
Yes, I was going to say I insist on it, so that's
Okay,
it. Thanks.
Perfect. They will absolutely come along. Thalia, I'm going to be a danger. I understand that. I know I'm a liability. I can stay here. I can't hurt anyone here if that's easier.
You're not a liability. We'll take care of each other, and they're good people down there.
Okay. All right. And she eventually kind of climbs on, does her best to hook her arm around these nets that she's got draped around her. And Severalex soars you all off. For many of you, in fact, I think for all of you, the brief stop that you make into Pi is the first time that you've ever seen Pi. You fly over the capital city of Everest. You see this large, cold, circular city with a mountain in the middle of it. And at the middle of the mountain, at the top in the center of town, is where Severalex eventually lands, dropping you off at a seemingly innocuous little tax and customs office building. And in the back of that tax and customs office building, you find that there is a portal that has been kind of enchanted to look like it's deactivated. But he activates for you and sends you back on your way to Landfall. And that finally gets us back to the future, where you guys
So
have
she doesn't
all
actually
regrouped.
So she doesn't fly us to Landfall. Then.
Oh, no, I would certainly be willing, but that would be a very long
I'm mostly
trip.
just like confused. Like it seemed that way last session.
Gotcha, yeah, I know we were kind of like fast-forwarding through the end there. But she essentially took you down here, knowing that you guys have reestablished a portal, because you told her. And then...
I thought you told us we didn't because it was a secret.
I asked you guys whether you did, because you know that it was established as a secret from your communications with Jane. However, it was either that or like... Oh, I'll double check. Either way, she drops you off here because you asked to be sent to Pi, not all the way back to
That's fine.
Thamador.
Yeah.
And I'll figure out whether or not she knows the exact details later, but I'm pretty sure she does because her master was going to come visit through the portals to see you guys in Landfall and give you a reward. I'll double check that before it actually happens. But that finally gets us all at the same place. Essentially, over the past 20 sessions, a lot of stuff has come out. Some of the party knows things that the rest of the party doesn't. And the goal for today is to essentially sit you all down around a campfire or a table or wherever you would like to be. And just let you talk through everything and get you all caught up on the same page. And let you figure out how much you share and start talking about what you want to do next, although we don't need to know missions by the end of this session. I need to be right back, but if you guys want to have a quick chat as you all regroup.
Yeah, I have one thing I want to do before we get started.
Sure.
Zeke, Petrichor, give me my $25.
Excellent work. Jesus, I feel like it's been like 3 months of real
It
life.
has been like 3 months. I've been waiting, remembering. I'll never forget because I killed a man named Pressure in a cave.
That's so impressive. I'll bring you $25 or Venmo it to you or something.
I want it cash. Cold hard cash.
Cold hard cash. I'll do.
Nothing but pennies.
25 silver dollars?
I swear to Christ, if Beck is getting food again,
Right?
I'm gonna kill
Yes.
him.
Sochi was
Yeah.
making food. A
He
second
knows
ago.
when we play D&D.
He
Yeah,
was awake.
before.
He was asleep until like 15 minutes before.
But it's Sochi who makes the food, so you have to complain to him.
That's true. Blame Sochi. Sochi also knows what time we play.
You don't care.
Jane shows up to this meeting in a fabulous parka that there is still no token for.
Fine, I don't
Grant
have
is
my pirate
unable to
outfit
lift
either.
his middle finger because there's no token for that either.
Jane!
I demand foster pirate right now.
Yeah, where's my
Jane
pirate outfit? I was promised
no
a pirate
Jane
outfit
Parka.
2 months ago.
We'll get them as soon as Feck stops eating.
Rafik's cosplay
Unlikely.
will never be around now.
So sorry, I'm gonna say Narafi because that's the name I know. Looks completely different.
Oh yeah, completely.
Yeah, we have to find out why Narafi's dead and where this new guy came from.
He lost weight.
Well,
Oh yeah, I need to go to his grave. I forgot about that.
Yeah, the story going around camp since Feck isn't here, and what kind of Rafik has been saying, or like has spread around, or like Finn and Darwin have mentioned, is that Narafi was lost during one of the missions where they were attacked in
Well, then we gotta
the
find
middle
him.
of the night.
So we need to devote all of our time to finding him.
No,
You found
Voss
him.
has
He's
been like
grave. Yeah.
I will say above the board that Baby Boy is not going to be sharing information with a total stranger.
Absolutely.
I say I probably need the DM here for this, but I assume I recognize that it's just a different mask. But
I'm back.
Oh,
With
his
your- with your undead
body.
empathy, I would
Yeah,
assume.
yeah.
yeah,
You have at least a chance. Also, Baby Boy wouldn't share information with anyone anyways, so it's not like any loss.
No, I am actually planning on sharing a lot of information this session, but I cannot do
Yeah.
it with a stranger. Can I also see if I recognize him with Mayor's undead sense and my shapeshifter's intuition?
Yeah. He's not just like the mask. It's his armor is completely different. His body shape is different.
Yeah, it is notably to somebody who had no context, or even with only a little context, it looks like a totally different person. The nice thing about literally just being bones is that he has padded himself to a different weight. He looks leaner. He looks slim.
Very Knight Artorias.
Very
beautiful, voluptuous. Never mind.
Very different. It would be like a totally different person to most people. Mayor can instantly tell that this person is undead. Baby
He's also not hiding his undead anymore.
True. Ooh, is that true? Is that notable? Do you have like visible exposed bones or anything? Or are you still full?
He doesn't have visible exposed bones, but he does have a lot of like bone-like motif on his armor.
Okay, understood.
And his eyes, there's glass in the slits to show the glow of the typical animated dead.
Understood. Baby Boy can give me a perception check. You have a lot of reasons why you have advantages here, so I'm going to just sum it all down to a +4 against Narafi's deception DC. Anybody else who wants to like try to connect the dots can also give me a perception check, or let me know if you have like skills that are applicable here.
I would like to. Narafi took me to Del Muerzo originally, and I have undead empathy, and I know Narafi was/is an undead.
Absolutely. I will throw a ton of bonuses onto that.
You say
We'll call that
perception?
+4 as well. Yeah, perception.
I can't remember if I
Not very
rolled
good.
for it or not, or if I just immediately went with this new person.
For sure.
Can Mayor second that by any
Yes,
chance?
absolutely.
You can add any bonuses to him or no?
With the undead empathy, he would get like a +1, I think. Seems reasonable. Or not undead empathy, the a life sense.
Soul sight.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 18s from Mare and from Foster. We have a flat 20 from Ruko. We have a 16 from Baby Boy. Let's see, what do we got here?
I added in my bonus.
Okay, excellent.
It's only
Deception DC is 16. I'll let you guys kind of play this how you want because it is PvP. Frisk, you have a lot of control over if you want to like do anything special to keep it secret. The impression I get is not necessarily that you're keeping it a secret, but that you have simply fully committed to the bit and aren't saying, "Oh, I used to be Narafi, I'm now this new person."
Yeah.
Foster in particular would be kind of savvy to this because of the time spent in Del Muerto, I think. The rest of you guys would probably have suspicions.
The main thing, I think, is that he's not super hiding it from the people who already knew Narafi, and he's been, with those perception checks, like, he's been waiting to talk to Foster specifically.
That makes
looking for a chance, and there's a lot of like, I kind of want to wait.
That tracks.
Get the sense that he's gonna say something once it's just the people who he's kind of chosen as Narafi as like who he deems competent in a way.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think I probably look up and like lock eyes, for lack of a better term, with him and kind of see what he's going for and just look away and wait for him to make the first move.
He nervously paints rocks.
Bailey is right there.
I got you. I just know above the board that like I do have a lot of lore dumping to do, and Baby Boy will not do it around a stranger. Everyone else in the party he like knows and trusts, but he's going to actually ask Rafiki to leave then whenever I talk about stuff. That's not his name. I'm sorry.
For the sake of having everyone at this chat, which is the purpose of this session, we can kind of say that Foster and Rafik have had their conversation, if you would like. We can actually play it out when you guys next have your lone session, probably next week. But it is important that all of you are at this chat, and it's very reasonable that Baby Boy wouldn't just blab all of his secrets to a total stranger. So I'll let you guys kind of figure out how you want to play that out, how it becomes known that Rafik is trustworthy, or at least able to be part of this conversation.
I think he breaks the ice by noticing Thalia and just being like, "Hello, I haven't met you before. I'm new here as well, you know."
Oh, it's very nice to meet you. I love your mask. What's your name?
My name is Rafik.
Rafik.
Yes, I'm from Unma.
I could tell. Very nice. Is that guard armor? I don't recognize the style.
It's unique.
It certainly is. Well, again, I'm Thalia. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is Foster.
It's
Not
great to meet you,
Foster?
Rafik.
Pleasure to meet you too. Were you both recently risen?
Hard to know, but at least a couple 100 years.
In the Thalia?
I believe I've been up for maybe 3 or 4 years, but it's hard to tell. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Originally,
longer
though,
than I have, at least.
A few 100 years ago is my first life.
Ah. I'm trying to remember how much of like Foster's backstory that was like told around Narafi. I think he mentioned.
I did the carrot weed in front of everyone.
Yeah, he did carry me around everyone. And I think that was when he started having a minor panic attack inside. It's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Yep, that's right. I will say Thalia eventually spots the the raccoons whose names I forget. I said, "Oh, I have to go talk to them for a little. You two, wait here. I'll be right back. Have
Oh,
fun."
they're very nice. They do magic.
Oh my god, the one with the little hat, right?
Yes.
And she like runs off to go talk to Gilmore, and that does leave the two of you alone for a second.
Mr. Nasir, can we talk?
Of course we can. Do you want to go, or?
Yeah, just looks over at the. She'll probably be fine here.
She's stronger than I am. She'll be fine.
There's this little upward turn in the lights of his eyes to indicate like maybe a smile, slight turn of his head. There's not much that shows behind the mask, but it's all body language and eye shapes. And he leads Foster into like maybe a room that they have. He probably doesn't walk all the way to the necrothecary. Unless that's the only place that's...
No, certainly there are places where you can just have a private chat, either in the storeroom or the kitchen here. There's a spot for you.
Once there's a spot clear, and it's just them, he seems a little antsy. And then he says, "We've met before."
I had a feeling, but are you okay?
As okay as I can be in
What?
the state.
What happened?
The mask broke.
I see. I'll look down at the mask on my hip that hangs there. So I didn't get a lot of exposure to the game, but is Narafi gone, or I mean, I know whoever you were is never really gone, but
He was gone a very long time, and I just carried him a little further than his story needed to end. I wanted to tell you who I was behind the mask. Narafi was brave enough to do that, but he was single-minded. Always thought about the mission first. That single-mindedness is needed, yes, but I think a little bit of empathy is needed more when you don't have a heart.
you have a heart, Rafik. Don't say that. And Narafi had a heart too.
His was hardened, but it was there. You were always kind to me. And I was afraid to tell you the truth. But I owe it to you. Especially knowing what you went through.
You don't owe me anything. We don't get to choose our hands in life. Or on life, as it were. You're a good person. Narafi was a good person, and whatever heart came up with both of them was a good person. All we can do is make the best of where we are now, right?
There's a slight shudder. in his shoulders, and he nods. Then the best I can do now is tell you the truth. I am Athen Aldermorn. And he takes off the mask, revealing the Leonin skull with the deep grooves in the engraved in it, filled with gold and silver and gems. The two canine fangs made of ruby. The emerald lights behind his eye sockets.
It is especially noteworthy to Foster that this skeleton beneath the outfit is heavily engraved with what is very obviously magic. That is not typical for a lot of undead. It is etched into his bones, all over his bones.
Does that mean anything to me?
You could give me your
other
very...
than like he's clearly like a highly ranked undead.
Right. You could give me like religion or arcana or maybe occultism.
Which of those is decent for me? Oh, none of them got it.
Nature would have been the best one for you.
I guess I'll take my swing here at occultism.
Hey, that's actually...
You certainly don't recognize the exact spells and rituals that are going on, but he is certainly under the effect of some, like, constant magic, you can tell. And that magic being etched directly into the bones seems to suggest that it's, like, very closely tied to his necromancy. There are a lot of different ways that undead happen, and you're able to deduce that all of these markings are probably how this particular skeleton was awakened. It was not the natural magic and ley lines of the desert, but a deliberate necromantic choice.
I see. Someone took their time with you.
Boy, they did.
I'm sorry that happened. It shouldn't have. It shouldn't have happened to you. It shouldn't have happened to any of us. But it did. And we can't change that. So for now, and I'll reach a hand out. It's nice to meet you, Athen.
It's nice to finally meet you, Foster. And without the mask, his cadence is a little different. He doesn't share the same accent that he was doing as Rafik. That seemed to be like his close approximation to Narafi's accent. There's a bit of a tremble there. Just this weight. And when he puts the mask back on, his shoulders steady.
It's about this time that you do see that Thalia starts to walk back with Gilmore, the little raccoon, and the wizard hat. And Gilmore kind of looks over to you, Foster.
Carrying him?
No, he's walking around. He's got a little staff, and he's doing the wizard thing. But Gilmore looks at you, Foster, and says, all of your friends are gathered up in there. I think they're kind of waiting on you. Have you seen Narafi anywhere? They were asking about him, too.
I'm afraid that Narafi's no longer with us, but I've got Rafik here, and he can be trusted.
Hello again, Gilmore.
Hello. Sure, that might work. I'll let you sort it out with him. I can't decide whether you're trustworthy or not. Of course, certainly, but I'm going to go practice my cantrips.
Yeah, I was the one who hired him.
It's good.
Root reading. Oh, yes, of course. We use it all the time in the swamp.
It's a fun one.
It's pretty nice.
Just real quick before we head back out to the group, once Thalia and Gilmore are walking back, I'll turn around to Athen with his mask on. If you ever need somebody to help carry that mask, well, I'm here, okay?
I don't know if I could ask you to do that.
I'm telling you, you can. But I understand. You're not alone.
We're not truly alone anymore. But once I kill, there's a swallow. Even though he doesn't have to and doesn't have a dry mouth. Well, it's always dry, but he doesn't need saliva to wet it. Once my job is done, we can be alone together.
I think I'd like that. I've got ideas for the future, but anyway,
We'll share notes.
thank you. I know it takes a lot to open up to someone like that, so. And your secret is not your secret, but your story. It's safe with me.
I appreciate it. I expected you to be angry.
Angry with what? Life is
Yeah.
insane, and on life is even more insane. We all just take it one bony step at a time.
You have a depth of experience that many reason do not. I do not think I've ever met one quite like you, and I've met so many.
That's very kind. I'm just a gardener, but
World
I
could use more
appreciate
gardens.
hearing you say that. I'm sorry, say that again?
The world could use more gardens.
Well, at least we have some common ground for sure. Other than undeath. I do think we could use some more gardens. You know, when I went on that trip, nobody watered the herb gardens out front. And they're all
Not
dying
once.
now. It's so much work now. I left clear instructions, I wrote it down.
Were you gone very long? Couldn't have been hard to water
not
a
that
garden.
long. That's what I was thinking, but
Back inside in the tavern,
Yeah.
you guys essentially have the big tavern all to yourself. You got a big round table you're huddled around. And eventually you see that two people walk inside. One of them is Foster and the other is Rafik. For about half of you, Rafik looks like a totally new person. And that does include Baby Boy, and it's kind of up to Baby Boy how you react to that. But we do have a hand raise from Zeke first. What you got?
Really quick thing, as we're all kind of convening for the night to have what this conversation is going to be, whatever it is, I am just going to cast this spell on my... Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to cast it on, and I don't think I can.
Sure.
I want to try to cast it, like, on this place. I assume that, like, this tavern is not an object.
It's not.
Okay.
I actually have something that might be helpful. I was actually going to recommend just using the secret room in the library. A little bit more private.
In any event, Jane will cast the spell on herself.
Understood. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, you guys kind of have your lay of the land. You can have this talk wherever you would like. It can be in the tavern or the campfire or the secret room of the library. It could be in one of your pocket planes if you guys wanted to make sure that you were on a different plane for scrying.
I don't want to be in the planes that Jarvis.
Sure.
Darvin.
Whatever. I was close.
No.
This guy held on to Petrichor for 3 months, but...
right.
There's money involved.
Fair enough.
Yeah, in that case, I will drag you all over to the secret room of the library. I will leave it to Baby Boy how you want to handle the fact that you don't recognize Rafik.
Yeah, I'm actually going to stop Rafik and just be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, this is quite private, just between my friends and me."
I understand.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm giving him really. I don't know this guy. I'm not. I've been very secretive, and I'm trusting you guys now.
He just kind of reaches behind himself, and he holds up in one of his like fingers a finger puppet and wiggles it at you.
I will say, between your 18 checks earlier and Mara's check as well, and now the puppet, it's probably pretty clear to Baby Boy what's going on.
Okay.
You can do with that as you will, but
It's just a subtle way of saying, you know who I am. You know who made this puppet.
I'll just like give them a little chuckle and I'll pull out the little puppet you gave me, and I'll make them shake hands.
He has trouble making them shake hands, but he attempted.
He just touches them. All right.
They headbutt each other.
Oh no, they're making out.
What? No.
I'm just joking.
Rafiq's pretty cool.
Immediately flushed it.
Yeah, true. Great. It looks like we're out here. Wait, where's Narafi? Is he dead?
We've literally gone over this with every single person. He's dead. Get over it.
No, Captain!
Hide his bones.
We can go to his grave later.
Yeah, none of you were there for his actual funeral. It was just me and Rafiq. Shows how much you cared.
We were
Well,
dealing
maybe
with
stop doing
dragons.
weird plot stuff when I'm not here. I would care, but
Wait, Sketch, what is plot stuff? What do you mean?
Like gardening.
Yeah, like the garden out front. I'd help with that, but no, we can't do that when I'm here.
You must be very good with plants, he says, looking at the cabbage. If that's around.
Oh, he's probably just in my lap, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is CJ. I was waiting to introduce him to everybody. He's a little elemental buddy. I'm still kind of feeling him. We're feeling each other out still, but he's pretty cool.
What's
He sleeps on my chest now. What?
He's very cute.
What does CJ stand for? Cabbage Jr.
Cabbage is a pretty cute name, and I probably could have gone with something like that. No, the person who gave me the cloak that I wear, they actually kind of are the reason I'm not still a minor, I guess. Minor with an E, not a no. I'm not that at all.
Okay.
I'm no form of minor, but
Ruko choked on his orange juice just then, but no, it's okay.
So I just his name was Cecil, so I named him after him.
Cecil
Junior?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just call him Cecil because that seems weird. Because then, like, I'll meet him, and it's like, oh hey Cecil, this is my pet Cecil. But
no, this is my pet, Cecil, your child.
I'm trying to imagine naming any of my cats after any of your Christian names, and boy,
by adding a junior,
especially by adding a junior to it.
Well, I might not ever see him again. I don't know.
He's an Armacado.
Wait, so you don't want me to get it? And if you look at Branch, he's holding his fucking air repeater to the elemental's head.
No!
I'm gonna punch you again. Stop it.
What? It's an elemental. These things are fucking horrible.
It's sitting on his lap in the room.
Maybe he just brought it here so we could take it out discreetly.
You know, if I wanted to kill it, I could probably do it myself. I'm kind of the elemental expert out of all of us here.
Yeah. Is that why every elemental we've seen so far has tried to kill us? Okay,
No, it's because you have no sense of anything. Calm down. Maybe don't disturb every elemental you meet, and they won't try to kill you.
Oh, what were you saying? Fetch.
What's the roll to drop kick Branch?
Oh my god, just an unarmed strike.
No,
I brought snacks. Does anyone want any snacks?
What do you got?
Just brought a bunch of pretzels. Ooh, Lucia, something urgent.
Yeah, what
This
you got,
is
baby?
very meta. I love how Branch is like, you brought this elementor, let's just fucking kill it. But if someone in a cave tries to actively kill you, it's bad if you kill them.
Not a person, right?
Not a person. Yeah, I'll take off my my helmet, my mask, and I'll like take the little kickstands out, and I'll start munching on some pretzels.
That might be new for. I think that if anybody didn't know what Baby Boy is, that does it, right?
I think I showed everyone.
knows.
Okay,
I think
okay.
the only thing that might be new is I am glowing now, so I don't know if anyone like my fur is different, but I feel like everyone's seen that at this point.
Oh,
I think
you're glowing.
Oh, thank you.
Does Fetch Straw affect me?
Oh, we're missing Drifter.
Drifter's in my bag of holding. And if does Fetch say that out loud? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Jane will. She's just kind of over in the corner and looking at some book titles and just. I've got him with me. He's just in the bag. He's doing fine. I can get him out if you needed to see him or something.
Yeah, I kind of want to commune with him.
Does Jane seem extra demure, extra mindful with the veil of privacy?
Oh, I don't know. Give me an insight check. Perception?
Sure. Let's see. Just an air of demure and mindfulness.
Yeah. She's definitely, I don't know, 12 is not that high, but she's keeping herself, like, physically distanced in the space. Like, as everyone, like, pulls up seats at this table, she kind of just, like, stays standing over in the corner of the room. But she'll get her bag of holding out and kind of open it up and produce Drifter.
Excellent. As Drifter steps out, he looks around.
Actually, sorry, real quick before I do that, to Baby Boy, this room is, like, secure against divination and such.
Magically speaking, I've not had a chance to do so, unfortunately.
Right. Let me just do one thing real quick. And I'll just also cast Veil of Privacy on Drifter as I'm getting him out.
Excellent. As you get Drifter out and as you start casting Veil of Privacy on him, he does look around the room and says, "Howdy, howdy, howdy, howdy." And he looks to fetch butterflies. "Howdy, howdy."
What was that?
What?
Oh.
Your thing is broken.
Do I have any idea what that was?
I can't remember who told him to do this. Somebody told Drifter the next time he sees Fetch to say butterfly.
It was Fetch.
I think it was Fetch that said that.
Oh,
so only Fetch. Yeah, I was gonna say I forget the context for this. I just have a note. It's in big red so that I don't forget to do it.
Wild. He's been charging normally and such. Hoping to maybe do some more experiments while we're all together again. You've both still been having your dreams, I take it.
Oh yeah, it's evolved a little bit.
Yeah, Mom was like channeling a volcano last time, and I woke up coughing a bunch of smoke, but apparently that didn't happen to Fetch.
When Drifter recharged last time back, I know he got a little bit less recharged because I didn't sleep, but did anything else seem different about his recharge?
The big thing is just that he seemed to get way less power. And even today, the next, I think it's like 2 mornings later, the morning later, he says, "I do apologize. I feel a little sluggish, but I'll try to be helpful."
I think there are some people in the party that have not even seen Drifter before, I'm not realizing.
No, we all saw him at the
Have we?
hot
Okay.
springs. Or the
Oh,
mud
right.
bath.
Yep.
Forgot about that. Cool.
And Drifter wasn't brought out during our mission at all. A recent one.
Correct. Nope, I got him out as we were coming home to do that little experiment in the middle of the night, but that's it.
Right, I want to try to commune with Drifter.
Commune. Okay, consult the spirits once a day.
Just for what it's worth, I'm going to identify that spell if I can.
Is he making a check for this?
Absolutely. It
It's
looks.
a skill.
It's a skill. It does. It in fact doesn't even seem to be magical. It appears that you're essentially just like trying to reach out to local spirits. Am I correct in assuming that you chose nature for this?
Yeah.
Can I help?
So it may not be applicable at all.
Double check.
Jane, very Janely, still like tries to identify what kind of magic you're doing and hits it at end, presumably.
For sure. You guys can roll your magic checks to try to like figure out what's going on. Certainly he's communing. There's something to be found here.
Do you want some help?
Oh, I'm just meditating. I have to start over now.
It's very Janely.
So Janely, honestly.
Very good.
Oh my god.
Would that be a crit?
Well, if it's applicable, it would be a crit, but it's probably not.
As Fetch, you begin to sit quietly and kind of reach out to see if there are spirits of nature nearby. The strongest presence that you get is from Cecil. And you can definitely tell that he seems to be drawn to you as you start going through the motions of this ritual. He looks at you, kind of cocks his head to the side like a curious cat or a fox or something, and just watches you as you go through these motions. Seems kind of intent on you. And eventually you start to feel a very simple but direct bond form with Cecil, like you could communicate with him. Not necessarily straight open speech, but absolutely enough to like pass information back and forth, maybe even ask a question and get a vibe as an answer. However, on a critical success, you start to also get lots of other little spirits that are kind of lingering nearby. Most of them are like quiet little wind spirits. There are a couple of like little jungle spirits. There's like this crawling vine that has come up the side of the building, and you see that one of the leaves kind of like leans over, and you swear you see a couple of beady black eyes that like blink towards you. Mare is considered a spirit, but not a nature spirit. His specific thing that he's doing is contacting nature spirits right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, which is one of the reasons that I don't know if Baby Boy would be able to help with this. But
Oh, I literally have a spell that lets me help anyone instantly.
I gotcha. Either way.
But if he said he was meditating, he didn't want help.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm stepping out of my body into the astral, the spirit world. My spirit form is communing with the spirits. And I understand I get to ask them 3 questions.
Absolutely. As all of these spirits kind of gather around you, you kind of get the vibe that you can start to ask them about the nearby surroundings, or also just questions about themselves, whatever you'd like.
All right, question number 1. Are we being watched?
You get a couple of different whispered responses from the wind elementals and the little leaf elementals. Says, "Oh, yes, sorry, we can look away if you'd like, but I don't think there's anyone else. Just us."
Oh, good. Is Drifter a kind of spirit?
The vibe you get from almost all of them is, I don't know what Drifter is. I thought maybe you would all understand. We sense the metal within him. We sense that there is a heat or a fire that fuels him, but I don't recognize his body.
I don't have a third question.
Fair.
How are you? How are the spirits in this area? You guys healthy? You good?
Cecil kind of jumps on that one. Oh, I feel great. I have, strong. Hot. Good, though.
Oh, I can ask Cecil a question. Are you a cabbage dillo or an armicado?
Cabbage dillo.
I'll fuck this up, fuck.
Wow, armicado sounds better. That's okay.
I'll remember cabbage dillo a little better.
Okay. So, and then Fetch is going to wake up from his astral projection after 10 minutes. And yeah, the spirits here do not detect any prying eyes, in case you're worried about that. Jane?
She nods. That's good. I'm always a little worried about it, I guess.
Rightfully so.
Also, Cecil wants to be a cabbage. An avocado. Doesn't like it.
Cabbage dillo? Okay. I thought he looked like a protein flower, but he kind of looks like a cabbage too.
And whatever Drifter is, he's unnatural.
What gave it away? Was it the metal or the metal and the shape of the body and the fact that it looks like those Emmerich Moorhounds and
do me next.
You know, it's a constellation of facts. In science, when we do science, we build up evidence piece by piece.
Can you categorize me next?
You are a bean.
Oh, that's wild. You're not a nature spirit either. Weird.
I do like beans.
Wildfolk might be a nature spirit if you want to.
Sorry, yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I don't know. Did I see Ilbod as a nature spirit?
Yeah, I didn't see her on the map, so she didn't exist in my world until...
Sorry,
I'm a child.
yeah, I
No,
should
it's totally
drag her.
I'm a child with no
Also,
object permanence. Yeah, absolutely. Ildwood would kind of bring up as a nature spirit as well, pretty strongly.
Do you see Tex as a spirit?
Not a nature spirit.
Not a nature spirit, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that to be the case. But yeah. Oh, Ildwold is a gorgeous and majestic creature.
Yeah,
in
she
spirit
has.
form.
I'm also feeling pretty good.
Texas swamp spirit.
Is that not nature?
A swamp is nature.
Swamps aren't natural.
Swamps are
Diego.
notoriously unnatural.
I think history of the planet would disagree with you.
Oh, there you go, Jaeger.
No, I think they're a cult. That's why the trolls and ogres live in.
Yeah, that's
them.
where ogres live.
Yeah.
So that was completely unhelpful. However, well, it wasn't completely unhelpful. Where did Drifter come from?
That's a very good question that I would like to get all the way to the bottom of.
I think you know more about it than I do, and I'm curious to know as much about it as you do. I think we should elaborate here. He didn't come from a cart.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that you put it that way, because I've kind of been thinking that there's some stuff that we should all kind of get on the same page about moving forward. I guess we can start with that. Drifter, I know where he was supposed to be going. I have an address in Unya for where he was supposed to be delivered. I know who was doing the delivering, not just the physical delivering, but the Tesseract involved with getting Drifter to where he was going in Unyo. He came from Emmer, it seems like. He was given to Howard Tannen, someone with Tesseract, by... I'm trying to remember. I do know the name Marlon Binsky. By Marlon Binsky. I don't know if that name means anything to anybody but me, but I think that's who made him. It's just a very famous tinker. He actually invented trains. Going a whole thing about trains.
What is a train?
And she kind of makes eye contact with Kaz for a second, like she doesn't want to like spill Kaz's tea and say that she knows like who literally made Drifter is Kaz's family, but she gives Kaz kind of like a long look. And I guess I'll make like an insight check, which I'm very bad at. Great. I think on an 8, she probably assumes that if Kaz wants to talk about this, he'll talk about it. So, it's just, I guess I think that Marlon Minsky was involved in making him, and the Emmerichs. I don't know exactly who or why he was made, what his purpose was. I think we could probably find out if we went to where he was being delivered. That's on a long list of a bunch of different places that I need to be yesterday.
Where did he come from?
Kaz, you and me together watched a vision in the Cinderstone of like digging into Drifter's origins and saw him being made by your father and uncle.
Oh yeah.
Or at least, I don't know if it was his whole body. It was like his core, I think.
You essentially saw his framework and they were working on it.
Oh, so it wasn't the core, it was specifically the frame. Okay.
Then yeah, Kaz will kind of chime in at that part and be like, I think my family is being forced to make him, or made him, and probably others like him.
So they're responsible for the other warhounds?
Hopefully not all of them. I'm not really sure. Jane and I saw in the message from the Senderstone, my uncle and father, working on Drifter's body.
So, most likely then.
He's also not...
This is after they were shipped off from Lutean, though. I have no idea where they are.
He's also not like other warhounds, in case that's not obvious.
He has different insides, but his outsides are the same, and if they were building his outsides, then stands to reason. Do we know when the warhounds started to be made? Would it have lined up with Kaz's capture?
Kaz has just a freebie on this one. You know that warhounds were brought into the wildlands by the Immerichs about 40 or 50 years ago. Your uncle and father are about the same age, so they would have been children when the first warhound showed up. Notably, they've evolved a lot in 40 or 50 years. This body looks similar, but it's sleeker, it's a little better optimized, it's better protected from the elements. They quickly realize that having a machine that breaks when it gets wet is not great against like mages and places that aren't super dry. So it's an improved model, but the very first warhounds are like 50 years old.
I think that there are answers to be found to where Drifter came from and why he matters in a couple different places. I think if we went to Unyo and found out where he was going, that would probably tell us something. I also think that Tesseract probably knows, and I need to get Rita out of Liberty. That has to be the next place I go, so I would love to have help from anyone who wants to join me, but I understand if people don't want to throw themselves in front of that death machine.
Well, I think I want to help, but all of that seems to track, except there's one thing I'm confused about, which is where did he come from? What I mean is, he was in a cart being delivered, and we happened by chance to come across him. That doesn't seem weird to anybody?
It's been seeming weird to me, especially because I knew the guy who was delivering him. But everyone's just accepting that it happened.
Right. It wasn't chance, I don't think. Or at least...
It was probably just chance.
Part of it, I think, was just chance. Obviously, the man who was transporting him deliberately met up with us to get to Branch, but I don't think Drifter ending up with us had anything to do with that. I think that part is just coincidence.
Coincidence. I will say it's very interesting that they chose someone who was essentially a dishonored cartsman, or whatever they're called, delivery boy.
Yeah, like cartsman. Let's go with cartsman.
Cartsman.
They sort of a fucking dishonored cartsman. The guy probably wasn't even getting any fucking work before he got the drifter job. They really wanted that shit delivered discreetly. Chose someone desperate enough to do it.
Or are you implying that they were hoping they would get stolen?
No, I'm
desperate enough to do it, but not talented enough to fight off a couple of wolves.
Nah. They chose the worst man for the job, essentially.
How do you consider that might have been planted for us?
Part of me thinks that maybe they thought they knew the delivery man would die. They knew he'd be fucking killed on the way there, and they wanted to see how Drifter would act once he got out. Once that was done.
Perhaps.
No, it's too short-sighted. It doesn't make sense. They were hoping for something more for Drifter. I can't place it, but it doesn't make sense.
They just wanted somebody cheap and desperate who wouldn't be missed when they needed to cut loose ends.
You know how much money you need to pour these guys have? They don't got to worry about how much they can pay someone.
Only if they're being ethical. But if word gets out that they are dabbling in unsavory things, that creates problems.
If only we had a testimony. And I'll just glance at Jane.
She truly just rolls her eyes at you at this point.
If you still had the body, we could question it.
About a few clicks north of here in a cave.
Probably the animals have gotten to it now.
So, skull will still be there.
We can check. There are rituals in the necrothecary.
I'm not so sure that he would be able to tell us anything that he didn't tell us at the time.
No, I'm pretty sure it's all done.
We asked him everything he knew, but Jane wrote it all down. She'll flip back in her notebook to that where she has the address written down where he was going, and also everything else that Petra told him. Yeah, I don't think he knew much.
You think the frame and the core are developed in the same places?
Wait, what?
You think all of Drifter is made in one place? Or do they manufacture different parts in certain places and have it get assembled somewhere else?
I suspect it's at least two places, because Kaz's family built the frame, but nobody knows how to make the cores. Only other automated intelligence creatures can create the cores. That's beyond mortal. Well, I shouldn't say mortal. Beyond our current technology. Is that correct, Beck?
That is correct. The Imric processing cores are. Nobody's been able to make them. It's like a form of self-reproduction or self-replication.
Well, we've already come across angels of, slaver gods. It's very likely there's a chance that this is the work of a machine angel of some sort.
Excuse me,
You
slave
guys
angels?
fought angels?
Slave angels?
Yes. What was that chained god name again, Feck?
Bayless.
Bayless. Angels of Bayless.
That's someone different. I don't think the Cyrillans had any hand.
No. What I mean is, if there is
to me.
Yeah. What I mean is, if Bayless is a god of slaves and chains, there is a god of machines.
So, Drifter was intended to be delivered to Immer.
No, to Unyo from Immer by Tesseract. A deal was made between Tesseract and Dr. Marlon Bensky and some military people to take Drifter to Unyo on their behalf.
So this was confused about it. I thought he was being delivered from Immer to Immer. What's in Unyo?
She points at her notebook. This address. I don't know where he was supposed to go.
Could you show me on a map a path between Immer and Unyo?
And could I see that address?
Yeah, it's a really good question, actually. I haven't thought of this sooner. Can I show this address to people who know Unyo well, like Athen?
Yeah.
Does he know this address, Athen?
For sure. Live there.
Yeah. Give me a society check.
You mean Rafik?
Yeah, could I use Unyo lore?
If you have Unyo lore, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I have. It's called esoteric lore.
Oh,
everything lore.
That's enough to at least know that the address sounds like it is in kind of the slums along the North River of Unyo.
Do have De La Muerto lore.
Not in De La Muerto, importantly. It is in not the skeletal undead city of the desert.
Just specifically, it's very specific.
Okay, hot take. Does folklore apply here?
Oh, jeez. You can give me a roll. Like, at the best, you probably know some stories about this river. I don't think it's going to help you find an address.
That's fine. Yeah.
Unyo
I'll pass.
Is where my uncle was is the guard captain of, and currently is missing somewhere in the desert.
Sweet. I mostly just wanted to make sure it wasn't like, oh, this is the address of the White House. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it seems to be kind of just something along the northern bank here in the slums-ish part of town.
Interesting.
Be around this quarters here.
And then I think Fetch wanted to see a path from Immer to...
Oh, right, yes. So the address destination is over here in the desert to the east. It's this big capital city along the river. The path from you guys is essentially the same path that you guys took towards Sertune that one time. You go down this way, and then you cross through the desert. A path from Immer is hard because Immer proper is way over on literally the other side of the... This is Immer. However, they have bases that they've established over here on the west. Importantly, you don't know where this origin was. You know it was an underground bunker of some sort. You don't know the exact location of that bunker. However, the only known Immer territory is over here in western Patakak.
And Petra got this in Liberty, is that right? Is that where his route started?
Double checking. I think it was actually. Let me double check my notes.
So I've got it written down somewhere. I just can't remember.
It was Famador, actually.
Okay, cool.
So Petra at least started his journey in Famador.
So what concerns me about this is that it seems like they would just sail to Unia. Rather than trek on foot by cart through the most treacherous landscape in the world.
So, since this is a session about doing plot recap, you guys, and specifically Fetch, are aware that the normal route you would take is through the canal right here.
Where? Oh, I see it.
Right hither. That would be the normal sea route, and it would be much faster. However, when you guys were doing your mission in Sertune, you heard in the news that had just been attacked and conquered by the Azantic raiders, the people that have been raiding your homeland. They apparently took the canal here, and you have heard that Hookbill is setting up some sort of an operation here, and they're totally shutting down traffic through the canal.
Can you not get to the Orobian Ocean by sailing west from Immer?
Oh, theoretically, yeah, if you wanted to go... Yeah. If this is coming from all the way over in Immer, you'd just sail west instead of east. Absolutely.
I think the implication is that we're guessing this probably came from one of the Immer's keeps down on the west side of Patakak. Not from Immer proper.
Yeah,
world's flat.
And also the world is flat. If you get left.
we just
west from Immer, you just fall.
Okay, yeah. So it does seem to add up then. If the canal was barricaded, they would have had to. It just doesn't make. It just still doesn't make sense why they'd send one guy with his son who can't fight off wolves to carry this important thing. It seems more likely that
they had mercenaries with them, but the mercenaries were also getting their butts kicked.
Hey, Fetch, roll me an insight check.
Okay. Wait, this initiative.
Let's fucking fight about it.
Oh crap.
Okay, never mind.
What do you mean, never mind?
I got a 21, so...
succeeded.
I like to let the dice tell the story, thank you very much.
Well, in this case, there's the story.
What did you say made Drifter again? Something stir with a T?
Kaz's father and grandfather, uncle?
No, the fucking actual company that commissioned it.
Tesseract?
I don't think they commissioned it. I think they were just being paid to move it. But that, again, is what I don't totally understand. Tesseract isn't a shipping company. They're a technology company. I don't know why Tesseract got involved with all this at all. That's part of what I'm curious about, trying to find out when I dig deeper into all this.
They might have just nicked one of their prototypes or something. Something they had under wraps because of top secret development for the next generation or whatever.
Possibly, but in the Cinderstone vision, it was all on the up and up. They signed a contract. They made a deal. The Emmerich and Tesseract, that is.
Were this done earlier, I could have contacted a contact in Unyo and asked about this. Unfortunately, the contact is gone now.
I don't know if it's the best idea to let more people than absolutely necessary know about it. I don't know how vaguely you could ask this kind of question, I suppose is what I mean.
Anonymity is very important where we are. So,
True enough. At some point, I've got to get to Unyo and open the door there anyway. But like I said, the next place that I have to go is Liberty. I messed up, frankly. I may have put Rita in danger, in more danger than she already was, and I need to get her out of there before something worse happens to her.
She's in prison, no?
Yeah. I keep having these nightmares of her being tortured, thousands of different iterations of her, just like Fetch and Sketcher have been having their mom every time Drifter charges. And I contacted her, and she said she's just in jail in Liberty for some bullshit charge but not being tortured in 1,000 realities.
Well, I mean,
but
they chopped her hands off.
Right, but the one that I talked to has her hands and is just in jail.
Drifter charges from nightmares? My apologies.
Yeah, sorry. I know that there's a bunch of different people on a bunch of different pages in here. I messaged Rita and tried to fill her in on some of what is happening, the dreams and my suspicions about what Tesseract is doing, and I think that they were listening. I think that our communication was not as private as I thought it was. So it was careless of me, but I've put her in danger, and honestly might have put sorry, I can't remember Sketch and Fetch's mom's name. I might have somehow put Switch in danger too if they've made that connection. I need to get there. I need to. It may be a suicide mission, but I got to try to get her out of there.
This is Rita Connors.
Yeah, Rita Connors, former Landfall wizard and now teacher.
I think she's important to Finn and Darwin as well. They have an interest in keeping her alive.
Yeah, Jane nods.
He was the only one here who seemed to care about the people actually working here back in the day. I did like her. Shame to hear she's in prison or getting tortured at 1,000 realities. That sucks.
Well, Jane, I have a particular proclivity for getting through security.
Like I said, I don't want to rope anybody into doing something dangerous. I can't overstate how dangerous Tesseract can be. But I'll certainly take all the help I can get.
May I, if I have a chance, insight check? I don't want to rope anybody into doing something dangerous.
Do what you want. Just the way I already rolled for this up above. It's a 17.
Also, I don't know if you heard what I just said.
No, sorry, what'd you say?
I said, like, of course you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said. You wouldn't be asking right now.
Right. 21. 23. Those are both such good rolls. One for both of you on the 21 and the 23. On that particular question,
work mode.
It's for sure she's not worried about roping other people into doing something dangerous. She, in fact, is trying to get some other people to help her do something dangerous because she knows she can't do it herself. And that's not to say that she's trying to get anybody killed. She just is calculating she can't do this herself and she needs help, and she figures she can, frankly, leverage the fact that Sketch and Fetch want to get their mom to safety. And then
So,
also,
Can I?
one other thing unrelated to that question, but all the talk about all the talk about Drifter being like suspicious that he ended up with us and the path might not make sense.
Sure.
The 21 and the 23, Jane looks a little uncomfortable at that notion. The sense you get is like maybe she has an idea for how Drifter might have ended up specifically with us that she's not sharing. So do with that what you will.
In this, our little come to Jesus moment where we share.
Yeah.
I got to start somewhere.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah. Masha doesn't say anything right away.
I still say what I said.
Look, I want help. That's why I'm talking about it. I can't do it myself.
I want to help, but I'm missing a piece of context. So your actions may have put Rita in danger. You also mentioned that the same action may have put Switch in danger, but how is that the case? How are they connected?
That's just speculation. I can't prove that. It seems
Why
very
would you
clear to
speculate such a thing?
it seems very clear to me that whatever is happening to Rita is the same thing that is happening to Switch. Just it's far too much of a coincidence that every time Drifter recharges, we have these dreams together. I assume that Tesseract is involved in what's happening to Switch, and I assume that if I've jeopardized Rita, I may very well have jeopardized anyone else this is happening to. I don't actually know that. It's just I'm trying to be transparent here.
And Rita's a spirit weaver?
No, I don't. No, she's not. She's an arcanist like me. She taught me everything I know about the way I do magic. I don't know if Tesseract needs spirit weavers specifically, or if they need magic users. I don't know if there's others besides just Switch and Rita involved in all this. I don't know. There's too many threads. I can't quite put them all together.
Why is Rita?
Point of clarification: when you say Spirit Weaver in Cheeky, is that a specific discipline, or is it just all spellcasters?
So Fetch has two different words in Cheeky that he uses for Spirit Weaver. So like a general in common he'll say Spirit Weaver no matter what.
Yeah.
But in Cheeky he'll say, a druid, a wizard.
The Rafik probably says this word or this word in the Cheeky word language. Like, oh, okay.
So in this case, I'll clarify that, or Fitch will clarify that he was using the proper Spirit Weaver name.
Right, the actual capital Spirit Weaver.
I think Jane probably would have made that connection just from context, from it being Fetch, and also from being able to speak Cheeky.
Real quick before we move too far past it, Rafik asked a question about it recharging from nightmares, and I think when I made a connection with him a long time ago, we found out that he was feeding off of like suffering or torment or something, and that's how he was recharging from the nightmares. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I think that question was for you, Feck, but I think that sounds right.
Sorry, one more time about updating notes.
I made a connection. I think I used my arcane security to connect with Drifter and found out that he was like some type of daemon that was feeding off of suffering. That's how he we were theorizing that at least. Because
Baby Boy has certainly been able to tell that sympathetic energy is being siphoned into Drifter and helps him to recharge. Gotcha. Which sounds like daemon behavior.
And he's specifically using nightmares. Or at least he's doing it when nightmares are happening. Yeah.
And Jane will also, I forgot Rafik asked that question. So every week on Tuesday, maybe? Every Monday.
Monday night, going to Tuesday.
Me and Fetch and Sketch have a dream about mine about Rita, her about Switch. Being tortured and a bunch of different realities or copies of them or something. And at the exact same time as that happens every week, Drifter recharges, like energy comes to him from somewhere and he regains magical energy to function for the week. That's all we know for sure. Baby boy suspects there's some sort of daemon in him.
That's so odd.
And I also confirmed this most recent time yesterday that there's some sort of chronomancy happening as well involved in it.
So you're certain it ain't some kind of magical STI or something?
Like the maddening?
I suppose I couldn't say I'm certain,
What is
but
it?
I don't believe
What
so.
is an STI?
You know that rash you got around your crotch when you had sex with all those other cheeky?
Oh yeah.
No, don't make
go
shit
away.
up. That's gross.
Please.
Oh, Jane. Sketch, do you still have that stone that you found inside the grove?
Yeah, but you weren't supposed to talk about it. I was gonna make it into a bracelet.
Oh. I'll like wave my hand and be like, forget that. Should I? No,
Well, it's too late now. What? Why? What do you need it for?
Jane, we found these weird time stones.
You show her this time stone.
I don't have it. Sketch
Oh
does.
yeah.
But if it's a
If
secret,
you lick it, you don't taste it till later.
Whether you showed or not, she says, chrono tririte.
oh, aye,
Like a yellow
Yeah.
stone.
we found a huge chunk of it,
Her eyes go super wide.
like huge, like very big.
The Jane
bigger than me.
equivalent of dollar signs.
Like, how huge? Like, are we talking about
Was it what was it, like 20 feet tall or something?
Yeah,
I forget.
It was
a building, yeah.
Yeah, it was big as a building. 20 feet tall, probably like 15 feet in diameter.
She,
There were smaller shards of it that we used for a puzzle or so that were keeping it the big chunk safe.
she rifles through her bag really fast and pulls out a piece of paper. Was it with... Hold on, I need to read my note really quick.
Everyone in their notes. Just be like me. Remember everything.
Everyone in their notes. It's just Jane.
I have this.
And if you don't
sorry,
remember it, it
that's
wasn't
insanely
meant to
long.
be.
Where we were, underneath...
It's Polish?
underneath the, wherever the fuck we were. It's been a month. I don't remember where the fuck we were. Threnalax's...
Yeah, Threnalax's keep.
Threnalax, thank you. I found this note talking about a giant boulder of chronotririte. I guess this is the one you're talking about?
Is some of this encoded?
It's all encoded, but she's copied it over into common.
Oh, damn! I have a skill for that. Is this the one it's describing? I guess I'm not gonna I can't read in real life, so I'm happy. Wow, does that match up with the stone?
Unless there's multiple giant boulders of chronotririte in
Oh yeah,
territory.
Aye. Oh, it's talking about the fifth.
You know where this is?
Yeah, we
This
were
boulder?
dealing with it.
I do.
Can you...
Yeah, I licked it.
Jane has an aneurysm.
It is currently being protected by a colleague, I guess, at this moment.
So wait, I guess I need a quick down low on what you guys found. So the FF has this?
Before we move on, are we finished with the drifter conversation? I don't want to derail you too much, but when you mentioned something that made me think of it.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't jump around too much here.
Yes,
I mean,
before we leave this train of thought, what is chronotririte?
Chronotririte is I guess a chronomantically active mineral, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Okay.
It's supposed to be extremely rare, and I've never seen more of it than a fingernail's worth or so. I can't believe there's so much of it. It has... Boy, my notes on chronotririte are buried somewhere. We're still trying to figure out what all the possible uses for it are, but I think that I might need some. I don't know how much.
There's a boulder.
Right.
Apparently.
And if this boulder is somewhere that's just accessible...
It's the grove that God, I can't pronounce any of these names back.
It is.
It's the one that Thrananox looks.
Yeah,
Right, is
essentially,
interested in.
this boulder is hidden in a cave network underneath the old growth at what used to be the old Vesper territory. That territory was recently taken over by a dragon named Farinexavac, who serves Thranaliax.
But it's
Assuming
being
that
protected by a different dragon.
Correct. Notably, and because this is a recap session and it's been a month of real time, the letters you found at the end of your session in the old growth indicated that Farinexavac recently conquered this territory and is going to start protecting the old growth, presumably thinking that the cult is going to be defiling it the whole time. They don't know that you just defeated a bunch of the cult and killed the Echo Fae and kind of cleared things up a little bit. So they're probably going to be surprised when they go there in a few days and find out. You know that Farinexavac and Thranaliax, the two dragons that are working together, are going to visit in about a week. They're going to go see that garden, specifically to see this boulder of chronotrirate that's hidden underneath it. So they'll be there in a week if you want to be there. They also sent a message to Argus, who wants to start kind of a secret relationship with
Yeah,
Farinexavac.
I was gonna bring those up.
Understood. I'll let you do that part then. Go ahead.
I just had other things I want to talk about before I jumped into the whole Argus situation.
Cool. Then I'll leave it.
But we'll see what we can. Yeah. Let's finish the Drifter conversation.
I think that's about all that I have on the Drifter conversation. Personally, I think that going to Liberty and trying to see if we can't figure out what's going on with Rita and with Switch and with Drifter might be our next move. I just need to be upfront about the fact that it could be extremely dangerous, and I don't want there to be any misconceptions about that.
I've always wanted to do a prison break.
So, speaking of that, me and Kaz have one that we need that done soon too. So, could help with that. You could help with that if you wanted.
Oh, I'm always like breaking out of things. So much fun.
But if this boulder of chronotririte is somewhere that we can get to it right now and won't be able to get to it a week from now, that might be a higher priority.
Moving it will be difficult.
I guess what can you do with it, Jane?
Yeah, with those muscles.
Well, I have a slight idea. So, because the stone doesn't have a taste, but it does have an aftertaste, and sometimes it has a before taste, because if you intend to go taste it, sometimes you taste it, but then when you put your tongue on it, it doesn't have a taste. So maybe if we intend to capture it and bring it back here, it will be captured and brought back here, but we have to intend to do it.
Doesn't that imply that you'd also have the ability to come to even bring it back in the first place? Tasting it's pretty easy. Moving it's going to be really hard for you.
Well, it didn't take me very long to chip off this piece of it, so we could just break it all up.
That's true.
How much of it do you need?
Well, going back to the question, Jane, what can it be used for?
That's the thing. I don't know necessarily.
So you just want it without the reason?
No, I think that it has some uses. I'm just not 100% sure about them. I have reasons to think that it can be used for powerful chronomancy rituals, and as I think everyone in this room knows at this point, I've got one of those in mind.
Well, it actually...
I don't know how much I need. It's not well understood. I know that Farinexavac is also interested in using it for some sort of chronomancy, which makes me interested in a conversation with him, potentially. Conversation I suspect he won't be too eager to have.
That does bring up what we did find. We found notes between him and Articus Foxglove, implying that he needs to do the ritual in nowhere.
She rubs her chin.
And that he would need someone like me in order to complete the ritual. I'll just give her the letters.
Okay, cool.
So wait, you need to also do a weird time ritual, Jane?
Because I don't know what Farinexavac is trying to do. I don't know if what I'm trying to do is the same as what he's trying to do, if that makes sense. But
right,
yes,
but you're doing something adjacent.
Yeah, I just have some things in my past that need set right, and no way to set them right other than to just go back and do it. So
Why?
Sorry. Not possible to move on, I guess. Like everyone else on the planet. But
Like
Sorry,
you've
Jake.
moved on. Shut up, Twiggy.
I say she
You sit there. You sit there wallowing in self-pity, hoping that everybody else will fix your goddamn problems because you can't accept the fact that your mother wasn't worth your sacrifice.
Oh, and
Time Girl, why do you need this? What are you trying to change?
She, like, with the 23 and the 21 insight checks earlier, you can see Foster and Sketch can see Jane, like, seeing a house of cards come crumbling down. Like, there's no way to keep juggling all these plates at the same time. She kind of rubs her head. Says, I may have an idea of how Drifter might have ended up with us. For the record, my bet is still that it was just a coincidence, but I 2 years ago there was an accident at a train station in Yapika Port, and or not Yapika Port. Anyway, a train accident, and it killed me. Thank you, Adrock. There was essentially killed me. I was going to die, and my husband did the only thing he could think to do and took me to Liberty and hired Tesseract to do whatever they could do to save me. She reaches into her bag and pulls out it's like buried down underneath all of her stuff is like a little black travel doctor's bag with the Tesseract logo kind of emblazoned on the outside of it. And she pulls it out, and in like a front pocket of it pulls out a little what looks like an instruction manual for an android body. They told him they couldn't save my body, that all they could do was move me to a new one. She kind of sets this like instruction booklet down on the table.
Oh, is it just your...
So you're a demon too, just like Drifter.
May I? It just gestures at the booklet.
Me first.
Yeah, she loses on the table. You guys to fight about.
Is it just your
go ahead.
memories, or is it your spirit as well? Your soul?
My understanding is it is my soul. My soul was moved to a new body. And
powerful magic.
She nods. I wasn't conscious for any of this. I don't know. I woke up weeks later and found out what had happened and found out what Booker had done, and I had to bury myself. We've lost everything. The amount that Tesseract contracted us to for this powerful magic will leave us buried and working ourselves raw for the rest of our lives until it kills us. And
you were in a coma for weeks, and your husband didn't bury your body in that time?
He
Catholic.
No wonder your relationship's strained.
he wasn't sure if. I guess neither of us were sure if it felt right to bury me if I was actually dead. But you're not entirely wrong.
This might not be appropriate, but where did you bury yourself at? It wasn't in some weird cave, right?
She shakes her head. Just at home.
Why?
On
That
the
sounds
orchard.
like
Why do you ask?
A nice proper grave, then. That's good.
Oddly specific.
Well, I didn't tell you because I didn't think it was relevant. I just assumed it was some monster trying to look like you. But we definitely fought and murdered something that looked like a weird twisted version of you a while back.
How a while back?
Oh, Gorgiga. Time flies
You
by.
waited.
It's been a while.
You waited a month and a half to pass this information on?
Oh, didn't think it was relevant.
Well, I've
really.
been on other journeys of, doing other things. And the spirits told me to not fully trust Jane and only trust her kind of, so I just wasn't
We
sure
just
if that
went
she was
on
evil.
We went on like a 3-week journey. And you and Dum Dum have been spending every night talking about your fucking nightmares. And you couldn't bring up this.
Hey, don't get mad at him. I didn't tell anybody either.
So I
That's
figured
true.
Kaz would tell him whenever he was there, because he was with her, and it'd be easier to tell her, and they seem to be better friends than we are, and
All of us have chosen not to tell each other a lot of stuff. I don't blame you. I'm glad that I know. I'm sorry, but what version of me? What does that mean?
It looked like you, but different, twisted.
I'm not sure this
Wolfik.
is something we should still talk about. Considering what happens.
I think Sketch has seen me do it. When I do my puppet master thingy, like the puppet of Jane turns into an echo version of it. Does it look like that?
oh yeah, we did fight like a weird. There was a weird echo thing
Inverted.
Jane did that one time. Yeah, it kind of looks like that puppet whenever Baby Boy does the thing with it.
Whoa.
An echo of Jane. What happens when you defeated it?
I think we melted it in acid, but I don't remember. It's been a while.
Correct. Yes, that is
Sounds
exactly what you did. You dumped it into a sulfuric acid pool at the Hellsmith Cavern.
Oh, perfect. So we can't even examine it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think it was super relevant to bring up.
We did examine it before destroying it.
Oh, thank God you were there.
I'm not sure how much.
He was the one who told us to destroy it. I wanted to bring it back.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure how
we
much
want-
new information we could have gleaned from looking at whatever it was, but it did have a few things on it. And Kaz will pull out that watch. And kind of glance at Jane immediately and be like, before you get too excited, I don't think there's any chronochart in it.
Can I see it?
Sure.
I'll just take a look and see if I can tell if it has Chrono Triad, and I'll try to activate it.
Give me
From
either
what I saw, it looks pretty identical to the one she had.
very
right?
identical.
It just
more
had
wa-
that note. Was the note like tucked in it or scrawled on the
It
inside
is
of it?
etched into a metal plate inside.
Okay,
of it.
so yeah, she's gonna find that either way. Cool.
Real quick, Jane, go and give me Arcana and or Perception to study this thing. We have an urgent hand raise from Lush. What's up?
Seeing how Mare remembers whenever we had 2 of Rita's arms, if they would have brought this thing back and Jane would have seen it, would it have caused a paradox?
That is. Oh boy, give me an occultism check.
I did.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Kazak did already show me this.
Notably, Narafi mentioned it possibly causing a paradox. That's why he didn't want to bring it back.
Correct. There was a big argument at the end of that session, in character, of course, about
Yeah,
whether
in
to destroy the
character.
body or bring it back. And the big
Can
concern is that it
I
would
make
cause.
it, or does Mare have to make it?
You could both make it. You both experienced this. Baby Boy was there for the chest. He was the one who saw the hands.
You're an Eldritch boys.
Hold on, that was just. I think I just.
That was Maria.
Oh.
Yeah. I think I might get you. Hold on, I think I might get a bonus to this. One moment, por favor.
Zeke left. Let's say anything to Jane. She can't defend herself. Who is question marks?
Okay, never mind. This in essence would be investigation or identifying metric. I think it's anyone who types. A lot of people type there if you don't click on a character. Yeah, I guess that's probably good.
Okay.
Can I take a look at the 2 watches?
Yes, you can also give me perception, or if you have a crafting or something.
I'm mostly looking to try and find if there are, like, this is a older watch. I want to see if there are 2 like identical scratches.
Love it. Okay, yeah, definitely perception then. Or if crafting is better, but I don't think text is like a craft.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, you have crafting. Oh, right.
He's a cat.
What?
I know you were considering the stuff for a little while. Sorry, carry on. Do your thing. Okay. Let's unwrap these. Baby boy. It is
if that's a failure, let me know and I can re-roll it.
It's a success. It is a reasonable concern that it could have caused a paradox or whatever that damage and transformation stuff was. Oh boy. I don't know if you would know for sure whether that was the case, but it was certainly a very reasonable suspicion or concern. You've experienced a thing where looking at something like this caused it to spread. And so it seems reasonable that it may have been wise to not spread it around a bunch. Zeke is AFK for a second, so we'll go to text with the 16 perception. The watches appear to be very, very similar. It's obvious to you that one of them, the one found in the cave on the weird twisted one, appears more worn. It seems more worn down by decades even. It seems to have a lot of additional scratching and bends and scuffs. However, with the 16, that is enough to see that there are at least a few marks that are identical.
Okay. So it would be very difficult for this to have been like a faked.
Yeah, not impossible,
like,
but it's pretty fucking difficult.
Right, like it's very accurate if it is.
Yep.
I'd also like to look at the watch if I get the chance to.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also give me perception.
I think you guys said there was something written in there, like a code or something.
Yeah. So
there's a message to Kaz.
Correct. So there is a message to Kaz that is etched into it. I know I've already posted this somewhere. Let me go find it.
I'm remembering because chat reminded me. Kaz did already show me this watch in the message, but I don't think he told me about like weird alt Jane. I don't remember how he said he came up on
I
this.
think he just showed you the watch without explaining it much.
Weird.
Because I remember already like theory crafting that this is like I came back from the future to send you this message or whatever.
From the people who brought you alt right, alt Jane.
I hope not.
This is the message that is etched into it. It is important to note that this message is etched onto a metal plate that could be pried open. There is like an additional plate where more could be hidden or etched.
Can I open it up and look?
It will take time. It'll take crafting. It's a fine process.
I gotcha. It's not okay.
Right.
Did I already try to get into that?
No, you did not. You deliberately chose not to.
Wow.
Yeah,
that was
decided
stupid.
not to.
Ruko's been very quiet.
I'm here.
I'm gonna poke about the Iridia about the spy here in a second once we get to that topic.
Right.
Because Ruko definitely has pressing stuff that they just learned too.
Been a while.
Oh yeah, lots of recap.
Okay, so
if you ever will have the ability to travel through time, you already have.
you don't necessarily know that. I'm not saying you're wrong, for the record. The idea of time travel obviously creates a lot of logical paradoxes and inexplicable things that I just have to assume fall somewhere into the we just don't understand it yet category, and that I'll understand it eventually.
Jane, in the note that I gave you, the one that was between the dragon whose name I cannot say and Argus, they mentioned doing this ritual in nowhere because it's where paradoxes are not paradoxes. Things that
Right.
can't be can be.
That would explain the. She kind of looks a little furrowed brow at you, like she doesn't know she's, supposed to be spilling your tea either. Explain what I saw after the carrot weed, I guess.
Do you curse the god of time, or do you revere them?
I don't really care about the god of time. I care about me and what I can do. God of time never did a damn thing to help me, so I guess closer to curse than revere.
Seems like if I needed to win an archery contest to win the heart of my love, who is a dragon, I would pray to the god of archery.
Well, the gods didn't save me, so I'll figure it out myself.
And you're gonna hear in your mind, is there someone else they didn't save, Jane?
She's gotten like watery-eyed, but doesn't respond to you. Hold on, let me roll for that one.
Who's pissed? I refuse. 19.
I'm only rolling because of the watery eyes.
What I said to her just now was telepathic.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Eat shit, all y'all.
Oh, Rafik still. I mean,
Still
if you
though, on a
immediately die-
24.
By one.
Yeah, on a 24, Rafik.
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah.
The rest of you, obviously, Jane is unbelievably traumatized by dying and getting a new body, and does not like talking about all this. It's just deeply uncomfortable for her. She's still doing the thing where, like, I think everybody else is sitting at the table, and she's like pressed up against the bookcase in the corner of the room. This obviously makes her like very self-conscious. But on the 24 from Kaz and the 24 from Rafik, it's clear that when she started to say the gods didn't save, and then kind of like delayed, she was not about to say herself, and then she kind of backtracked and said herself.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to make that check. That's the vibe I was getting.
Excellent fish. Excellent fishing.
I think Tex just fully accepts Jane's reasoning because it's literally the same as his.
Right, yes. Yeah. But she says, still kind of watery-eyed and with her arms crossed, maybe the gods could do resurrection or some miracle. But I don't. I'll do it myself.
I'm going to touch Jane's shoulder. You can't change the past, Jane.
You don't know that.
I'll put it this way. There's more to life than life. There's the afterlife you should also worry about. And if this is your afterlife, oh, you might be on the wrong path.
Oh, just like others of us in here, her soul's already damned.
For the third time tonight, she just rolls her eyes as Brain is talking.
Yeah.
Please eat some pretzels. Just give
This
some
is-
pretzels.
Oh, this might be helpful. Earlier, I learned that drop kicking him in the throat is just an armed attack.
Yeah.
You want to use that?
Just do that.
I appreciate what you're saying, Fetch, and maybe I could find an easier way if I appealed to the gods of time, but I mean, look at that, and she kind of points at the manual on the table for her body. It says, 50 years ago, you wouldn't believe that was possible either. Nothing that we're doing is possible.
5 months ago, I wouldn't have believed a water wheel was possible.
Exactly. I see miracles worked every day. I have no reason to believe that I can't work one too.
Well, I'll pray to the god of time for you. What's his name?
His name is he tells. I can't remember. She says it's a Tempest, I think, right?
Papa Tiempo.
Solus.
What was that?
Solus.
I was not even close.
It'd be pretty common knowledge of the name. If anybody wants to know more details, you can. But Solus.
He is sloth.
He is sloth. Yep. He's a big old sloth with a sundial for a head.
Sloth.
By the very definition, a
Oh,
miracle
now
is
I want to
impossible.
curse him because I know he won't do anything about that.
Do you think if you go back, are you gonna fix everyone else's problems too? Just yours?
I don't know. You're not the first person to ask me that. I've already told Tex that if I can, I'll try to. I don't know how this works. Evidently, she looks at the second stopwatch. Maybe I'm already trying to solve Kaz's problems. I just don't know. I won't lie to you. My priority is me. If there's some way, without jeopardizing what I want to do, to help you, I will. But
Oh, I'm not asking for help. But it'd be very selfish if you hugged all that time travel yourself, right?
I'm the one doing it.
And we're the ones helping you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No one's helped her yet. Least of all you.
Yeah. 11 diplomacy where Fix says nothing.
Is she dead yet? She's standing right here. All of us are standing right here probably because of each other.
She's the same kind of creature as Narafi was before he died. Only metal instead of bone.
Yeah. So she's alive, doing all the shit she's been doing because we're all here, right?
I have tried, not always successfully, to be as uninstrumental in all of your success as I can be, and I know that has come across as probably me not caring, and I don't want to be the one that makes your plans succeed if I'm not going to be here.
Yeah.
I break it to you, Jane, but if it weren't for you, I would still be in Wex's ass eating gravy.
Also, small side note, Narafi, flesh. As far as everyone knows.
So it's all been a one-way exchange so far. She can't possibly do anything for us. Why help her?
It's impossible for her not to do anything, and everything will change, if it will.
That's the thing. We just
Butterfly
don't know.
effect.
There
Even a small thing can cause a big effect.
There might be more than one timeline. We just don't know. We don't know how it works. Chronomancy is not well understood. The only people that have ever understood it seem to have disappeared, and I think one of the people that understands it best seems to be Farinexivak, or the Echo Tyrant, or now apparently Argus Foxglove.
I'll have to correct you there. The one person who knows all of this exactly and everything there is to know about it is the person you're cursing.
That's not a person.
The gods are not people, and they don't care about us.
Even if you have that or that understanding of the gods, if you think they're tools, then why aren't you using your tools?
I hate to say they're tools either. Maybe in the derogatory sense, not in the literal way. They don't give boons to people who actually worship them.
Branch, you don't have a problem with the gods. You have a problem with the people who serve them.
No, I have a problem with the gods.
Oh, okay.
I love that exchange more than I can tell you.
I sounded poignant, didn't I?
Yes.
You're very poignant, Fetch.
I think you're right, too. But
you are also correct.
Everything that the gods give us comes with conditions and strings attached and expectations. I will make my own way. I don't want help from somebody that gives it based on conditions.
Every person brings conditions to their generosity. The gods are no exception. You're not an exception.
Of course not, but I am a person. They're just an idea we dreamed up.
They are the other.
I don't think you're just a person. I think you're a member of a tribe, and you're too prideful.
I was a part of a tribe once, and I lost that, and I intend to get it back.
What's wrong with not being a person?
I think non-people are cool.
I like to think that I'm a pretty okay person. Not person.
Just Mayor?
That's Mayor.
Can Mayor talk today?
He can talk every day. After I went down, I made it so he just talks every day now.
Okay.
He just doesn't often talk.
Yeah. Anyway, sounds like there's a lot of unknowns with time travel anyway. Sounds like you're basically throwing shots in the dark until you hit a bullseye, but you're 1,000 feet away, maybe even another continent. Why don't you focus on the things you do know? The only good thing you've suggested so far that you do is find Rita, bust her out of prison for something that sounds fucking noble. But the moment they brought up that fucking Chrono Tririte shit, you were all over it. You don't care about her?
By the way, you can understand why I want more people than just me to be involved in getting Rita out, because if I go alone to get Rita out, then I never did.
Yeah.
I care about Rita and this. If I met Rita because after I died and was put in this body, I had to visit Liberty once a month for maintenance checks and to make sure I was adapting well to my new existence that I was being charged a fortune for every month. And while there, I saw the incredible miracles that magic can do, and I wanted to learn. So I found Rita, and she took me in. I never meet Rita Connors. I'll never know her.
Jane?
Yes.
I think you're overlooking a very important fact on why you should be able to do whatever you want when it comes to saving Rita. When I came to this realm, I was looking for a Chrono Lassie. It just happened to be you. If it were not you, it would have been her. So, regardless, I will save her. Even if you help, and it's done. So therefore, it does not matter if you help at all. So you should. Because I will do it anyways.
Fair enough. Like I said, that's my first goal now, or at least she does look a little guilty about the Chrono Tririte thing. I'm just trying to figure out what's the most time-sensitive thing here.
The life in danger.
Saving Rita.
Being in prison doesn't put you in danger.
Oh, it sure does. It's only a matter of time before they take her to another fucking camp.
Depends on the prison.
They chopped her hands off.
You can grow those back.
We don't have even a rudimentary understanding of what kind of danger Rita or Switch might be in. It doesn't seem even connected to this reality. We know that Tesseract is dabbling in dimensional magic, moving things through dreams or empowering people through dreams. And dreams and time are both dimensions. We interact with them in the same way. I suspect there's a lot worse things happening to Rita than just sitting in jail in Liberty.
Perhaps we can parse this in what is more actionable. What can we do? Do we want to go after Rita? Do we want to do that immediately? Do we want to take the Chrono Tririte because someone else could use it for worse things?
I have a suggestion. What if we finish talking about all of the information that we have, so we can make a decision based on what to do next, based on everything that we have on the table?
That sounds great. Hey, Kaz, how much time you got left on your hand?
A couple of months, give or take.
Put
Does
that
that-
pin down.
Unsettle you at all? You want to get that done as soon as possible?
Absolutely.
All right.
Just putting a timeline on what's actionable helps us decide what to talk about.
Yes, but we can make a timeline after we realize everything that we have.
Yeah. So far, we have Rita, we have the Chronotyrite, we have the Luteon, was it?
Yes.
Yes. Anything else?
On the
I have.
topic of Lutean, real quick, do we have Jaeger?
Yeah.
You are aware that to get to Luteon, you have to take the Alaudalir Lighthouse, and you're aware that the Alaudalir Lighthouse is where Aradia currently is, the spy. You know that Amar has set up kind of a honeypot trap, and left it for you to go spring whenever you get the time. But essentially, the mole, the spy, is over at the lighthouse and needs to be confronted.
Where is this at in the world?
The
This-
Whistling Islands, right?
Kind of, a little bit to the west of the Whistling Isles, right over hither.
I don't know where Hither is, but it's just 1,000 little things you have to ping.
Oh,
Judging
yeah,
thither.
it might not have been loaded.
Okay, so it's also where I want to go.
Pretty close to where you want to go, too, yeah.
Yeah.
This Kaz pin is roughly the location of the lighthouse. Just a big old lighthouse in the middle of the ocean.
All right. So
Is this
that's-
lighthouse haunted by any chance?
Not that we know.
Ghost.
Two people
And-
talked at once.
Not that we know, and honestly, it'd probably be the least of our problems, considering there is a
It's not my concern whether it's haunted for our safety. That's not why I asked. I just simply asked a question.
Sure, it's probably not haunted.
I think all lighthouses are at least a little haunted.
I think all places on this planet are at least a little haunted.
I think that's for the best. I wouldn't want to be in a place that's not haunted.
Technically, this room's haunted right now, considering we have 2 undead people in here right now.
And at least
Not all undead are ghosts. Pretty fucking ignorant thing to say.
A crypt filled with skeletons is considered haunted, even if
Nope.
there are no ghosts.
Wrong.
Sorry, I forgot I was talking to the fucking undead pedantry expert here.
It's considered cursed.
Oh, God. Aren't you a spirit?
The Daemon.
Okay, then this place is haunted.
Yeah, that's more
God.
likely.
But I do have some things I would like to add to this information dump, if I could.
Please.
First off, Ruko, as fun as it was to make you my servant, and he does quotes. It's I want to do away with that. And Jane, any contract we have is nullified at this moment. As of this moment, I wish to start anew. I realize that I am not. I've not been going about this as the best way I could. I have been trying to mimic behaviors that I have seen, and I realize that those do not go well with other mortals. And then he's going to get up and he's going to walk over to Branch, kind of get on his knees and kind of lower his head. He's like, and I hope someday, Branch, you'll find it in your heart to forgive me. I know that I have wronged you, and not just you, but I have done a great wrong. I'm trying to understand how I can do better.
Just crosses his arms and tries not to look you in the eye and says,
No, his head's down. He's not even looking you in the eyes.
yeah. It's like, I need to get into the fucking roots of it to figure out the legal ramifications of that shit show. But the punishment for murder here is usually just that, murder. I don't agree with it, though.
Well, I would appreciate not being murdered. I have many things I would like to do before I die. I wish to gain trust with you, but in order to gain trust with you all, he'll kind of get back to the spot. I must show trust. What I'm about to tell you reveals truly how vulnerable I am and how vulnerable the library is at this moment. The librarian is missing. He's been missing for months. I didn't ken where he is. I recently used the... What's it called? Not an auger.
Athenaeum.
I used an Athenaeum to try to contact him. He was in a different tempo of time than we are. Much how the Nowhere is. He was slower than here, so I could not really contact him. But he seemed to be holding back a door to a different dimension of some sort that was cracking and crumbling. It was surrounded by stars, much like the door that I used to get to Nowhere when I was young. They were being erratic. Did it seem like he was in trouble? Like, I'm assuming, was he like not really in danger and he was just trying to hold something back?
The very brief glimpse that you got about as much information as you could. He was certainly occupied. He was certainly busy trying to keep a door either shut or together. It was hard to tell. You get the impression that he was there because he had to be, but not necessarily that he was, like, in danger to his own well-being.
I didn't ken what he was doing. Based on what's going on now, I assume it has to do something with the Foxglove Pact, perhaps even keeping the an echo plane at bay, but that's just the theory at this time. I need to find him. As much fun as it is, this place is pretty scary to me. And I miss him. I just want to go home. So that's one thing. Another thing is Argus Foxglove. He...
Ugh.
Oh,
Yeah, the circus guy, right? You know him?
oh, we dated for... Well, we never officially undated. So I plan to kind of use that as my advantage. We never technically broke up. He just kind of just ghosted me, I believe the term
Oh,
is.
you're on a break.
Well, that involved someone saying we're on a break. But no, he was just attempting to manipulate me and steal from your master, which is quite rude.
Terrible.
But from my aspect of time, he's been doing this for... I met him about 2 years ago. And he remains unchanged, I believe. I'm beginning to think he may not be immortal. But I need to deal with him. I believe he...
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Just based on what the two of you, Baby Boy and Sketch, know about Argus, do you think he actually knows how to help Fairnexavac do this time ritual, or is he just playing them like he seems to play everybody?
I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. If you play everyone all of the time, no one will want to play with you.
It's a lot easier to play somebody if you at least have a cursory understanding of what you're talking about.
Aye. And from what Sketch has told me, he's able to at least handle some type of eldritch knowledge.
If
he's as good a liar as you all seem to say he is, then he knows that the best lies are 90% truth.
Aye.
Right.
Yes. I would wish to stay in the shadows when it comes to him. I don't wish for him to know that I'm here. I am going to gather information on him, and I'm going to undermine him at every chance that I get. The longer that he does not know that I am involved, the more power and more frustration will cause with him.
That might be a bit of an issue.
One person at a time.
That might be a little bit of an issue.
Why is that?
I lured one of his show boys to landfall, and I'm expecting to see him some point tonight.
Oh, well, that's fine. Nice then.
He's not going to let him go that easily.
Well,
he's probably going to follow him here or track him or something.
You kind of see like a twinkle in his eye and like a grin on his face. Well, perhaps we can use this to our advantage then.
Oh yeah, I deliberately kept him in the dark on all the shit that Argus has been up to, just in case, the poker face wears off and he's around. Don't want him getting suspicious. But that also leaves him as ignorant to the danger he's in as, I guess, anyone else who deals with Argus, right?
Aye. And what was it that you were trying to say, Tex?
Has he seen what you actually look like?
He does. But last time he saw me, I was not glowing.
I hate to break it to you, but that's not going to be enough to trick him.
Oh, I'm just not going to come out of my suit.
Has he
No,
not seen your suit?
He has. I'm just going to not be around him is the plan at this moment. I will be incognito as I can.
New suit.
Has he seen you in your other form?
Oh, if you had a fox form?
Yeah.
Oh, I. Also, I have 9 tails. It's kind of hard to hide that. And I've seen his form too. I think I explained to the sketch at some point. It's a pale human, ruddy hair, freckles, heterochromia. Keep an eye out for him. He seems to be working with the dragon in order to work. It seems like they're portraying, perhaps, the cult in order to work with the Desolate King. Or maybe vice versa. Is it vice versa? I don't have the note. I don't have the letters, so I don't know whether.
It's tricky. So what you know is that Thernaliax, who ultimately serves the Desolate King, was protecting the territory, was aware that Argus was in there, and was like helping keep it protected.
Gotcha. So I got it back.
So now this is being transferred over to his new thrall, Farinexavac, but ultimately the arrangement seems to be the same. However, it's pretty clear from the letter that Argus wants to like have kind of a private side thing going on with Farinexavac, and it's not clear what that's all about yet, except that he has said that he knows about Chronomancy.
Where are those letters? Because I like, I'm pretty sure people would like Jane would want to read them, especially since it deals with Farinexavacs.
You guys can have them if. You mean like in character? Where are they, or do you want me to like pull up the thing?
I have them in character, but I don't know where they are in Forge or Foundry.
I've read them all. I've read them all in Telegram, so we're good.
I'll throw copies in the party.
Okay. I also just wanted to look at them real quick because I was just wanted to scan them for information. Be sure I didn't miss anything.
If nothing else, Farinexavac does not seem impressed by Argus, so I'm not super worried about their alignment.
No, but if you're offering a place that you can do magic and you can do it in no other place, then you might work with someone even if they're a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Same one way or another, it seems like Farinexavac needs what Argus can provide.
Yes.
Yeah, but we have somebody who can also provide it and is at least less of a pain in the ass.
Agreed. I'm not saying I want to work with Argus. I'm just.
You want the easiest way to seem to put Argus in a corner? Poaching his talent seems to get under his skin.
Oh, I.
He's doing as much as he can to keep those guys. Getting rid of all of them, telling them not to work for the Sorceress anymore, shutting down the entire operation, would probably put him in shambles.
Oh. Branch, you and me are the same wavelength here. The biggest problem is that they're trying to use access to me home without the librarian's permission. And furthermore, looks like they need someone either like me or me specifically for this ritual.
Not just you, but I guess for the ritual, but like whatever they're using their circus employees for, it seems pretty bad.
I theorize they're using it to feed her Echo Fae of some sort, maybe to stave off her sickness that she has.
What?
Oh, Madam Monarch, she's sick. She's been sick for quite some time.
Okay. Don't think I've ever actually seen the old bat till recently.
Right. Well, as I said, I'd like to remain under the radar as long as possible. Eventually he'll find out that I'm meddling, but as long as he doesn't know it's me, I can postpone the consequences, I guess. It's I I'm probably going to get in lots of trouble from my own master for interfering with that of one of his clients. Though it seems as though he is pushing the line and giving me more and more reason to retaliate against him.
So, focusing again on what's actionable here and what our timelines are. What is it that you want to do, baby boy, if it was up to you, what we all did?
Well,
Because you still don't know where the librarian is, right? And it sounds like...
not quite, but well, I would quite like to undermine this deal that Argus is trying to form with other Max Vex.
Right.
And
Which brings us back to the Chrono Triad, potentially.
Right.
Another question, real quick, Feck. The book that Thurmaxavex has.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be happen to be like an overdue library book or like one stolen from the library. Has it?
Do you have academia lore?
I do.
Give me academia lore.
I know that out of in character. I do know that what I know, and I don't know if that person did that.
Sure,
that was really vague.
Sure.
All right, I hope this works. I'm not very good at this because I decided not to be good at it. If that's a failure, I'll use a hero point to reroll it.
I'll give you what it is, and you can decide if you want to fish for a crit success. It's kind of just a regular success currently.
Also, do we get our second hero point?
Yes, you guys can have your second round. God, is an overdue library. So it certainly sounds like the sort of thing that he could have potentially rented from the library. I don't think you could really know whether it was overdue or not without seeing the terms of the deal that was made to obtain it. And
I guess at this point, like, has the librarian made any comments about how like any books have been or anything has been stolen or not returned to the library before he left?
Oh boy!
Because obviously, like, it would most likely be him who would say something, and I doubt it would be like, "Oh, it's just a week overdue now." But
sure. Regular success, it's not like an ongoing issue that you're aware of that this book is missing. That's not like
I really was hoping this was an overdue library book that we could just steal.
right.
I'm trying to remember if I know like the origin of this book. I don't think I do. Looking through my notes.
I don't know if you know the specific origin of this book. You did a lot of research on the Echo Tyrant, and it sounds like this tome is related to him. It was probably either written by him or crafted by him or summoned by him or something.
Who's the Echo Tyrant?
I don't know if Baby Boy knows that yet.
Oh.
Jane did say it out loud earlier, so if you ask her, she'll fill you in. Let me just find my notes.
You could give me society or religion. Or like Arcana.
It has the word echo in it. Can I do an occultism because of Echo Fae?
Boy. You can. The information you get would be very different and probably not as good.
Yeah, but I'm not good at those other things, so.
Fair.
If that's a failure, let me know and I can re-roll it.
It's tricky to say whether it was a failure. I'm gonna just put this one up to you. You can have your suspicions if you want, but you don't have any, like, nothing stands out to you as like, oh, I've heard that name before. The name is new to you. Make of it what you will.
Cool.
If you ask out loud, Jane will...
I do.
Just say, he's a dragon. His actual name is Lincoln Nexus, but the dragons won't ever use his real name. They always call him the Echo Tyrant. He was some sort of dragon arcanist tens of thousands of years ago, like 40,000 years ago. And
what kind of dragon?
I don't know what sort of scales he had, if that's what you mean. But he apparently was interested in time travel and made some sort of deal with Osiris, the dragon god, that allowed him to travel back in time. The dragons talk about him in almost a religious sort of fear that he's fabled to return someday. I don't know much more than that. They speak of him with tremendous reverence and fear. But there's some sort of ritual that the dragons call the link that is associated with him. I suspect it's what Farinexavac is digging into with his book.
I see. Oh, that does remind me.
Sorry, real quick. I think Rita might know about this too. The last time I saw her, she told me I would have to find the link to accomplish what I'm setting out to accomplish.
She did come looking for the link at the library, or at least information on it.
She nods.
Speaking of which, I wish to do something a little bit unorthodox. In order to provide help to you, all of you, I will also offer some services. I would recommend to use them infrequently, as there can be consequences, but I can provide knowledge to you. Just know that there are some things you should not know.
You know, funny you mentioned that.
Nuts.
I had some things prepared. We were all going to meet up for here. I had some things I wanted to pursue, just out of curiosity. I think it might help most of you too if you thought about it a little. And yeah, after Baby Boy says that, Branch pulls out like a sheaf of papers, and just lays them out on the floor. On the table, and it just has like 3 strings of notes based on like the most recent findings and stuff like that. Just some ideas of how to pursue some leads we don't actually know much about yet.
Alright, we also did find out some earth-shattering revelations about the assassination of the kings of Pi, and Cyrillin being at fault and all that.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up to Kaz, but and anyone else who wanted to know. Hey, Ruko, this actually concerns you.
What?
Your brother didn't kill Lothlanus, did he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, and Cyril didn't invade Bassatat. I mean, Bassatat didn't invade Menko, right, Kaz?
Wait, your brother is the EA Mars Archive? I'm just kidding, I don't do that.
Please do, so that Tex can actually laugh.
You're chiseled, more handsome, sexier, and all around better than your brother didn't kill the king, did he?
Yep. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, and did Kaz answer me?
Did I win now?
The fucking Branch asked you, Bassat didn't actually invade Mecca that day when you were captured, right? It was Cyrillin.
I believe that is what I gathered.
Yeah, based on your research in the campaign.
False flag.
Exactly. The official story is it was Bazatat, but a lot of people suspect it was a false flag operation by Cyrillin.
Mm-hmm.
This nation has been making up its entire history for like who knows how long.
That's like our history, Branch.
Yeah, but it's been it's not even like late history. It's recent history. It's all made up.
Yeah, that's.
It's also not entirely true. You can verify things with magic. There's actual truth in written history.
Oh, I'm just really curious about what's not actually true. I'm pretty sure you thought that Bassat invaded Menko when Kaz didn't believe so either. When Kaz has a first-hand account that didn't fucking happen.
No, actually, I was the one who told him that it was a false flag operation, but...
Wait, what?
Yeah, I forget how that conversation
Literally, I was the one who told him.
Yeah.
Real quick before it's glossed over. Sketch. You don't have to answer this or anything, but what is your relation with Argus?
Uh,
You made a face.
yeah. He and I we were pretty close when I was there.
Ah,
Yeah, I don't want to go too much detail, but
no, I understand. Baby boy, for what it's worth, I'll help you mess with this fuck boy for free.
Oh, thank you. I quite
Just-
appreciate it. I plan on completely and utterly destroying his life.
Yeah, no, just I don't like that he's messing with my boys.
Oh, aren't you sweet?
thank you. I appreciate it. It kind of messing with him seems like the least I can do. So
Nothing wrong with a little harmless messing.
or
I
harmful
plan-
messing.
I plan to do
Harmful
lots of-
messing's fine.
I plan to do lots of harmful messing. This is my world here. Argus is from my world, and he will follow the laws of my world and know the consequences.
Sure, he's
We
not
may
a
need
little-
to ask you what the laws of your world are just to help.
He attempted to steal my master. He humiliated me, and hurt the reputation of not just me, but me master. I must show strength so that no one else tries to attempt to do the same to me.
Understood.
I'm not going to kill him though. No, that's
To recap some of the things that were found about Cyrillin in the latest little string of adventures, you discovered, first of all, that they had at least some connection to Luteon, which a lot of people suspected, especially Kaz. It seemed like they were using it as a secret prison. However, you found actual correspondence from some Cyrillin secret agents that were like, yeah, we were working with Luteon up until a couple of years ago when we stopped cooperating, and we sensed some sort of a great evil within Luteon. It's not a lot of information, but it is at least some like official indication that yes, Cyrillin was doing something in Luteon, and then that stopped a couple of years ago. You also discovered that they were coordinating that assassination attempt, or successful attempt, on many of the Draconic royal family. That is an act of war against one of their allies within the Inner Kingdom. Theoretically, that would be a huge deal if it got out. That information has been given to Bell, who is apparently working with some sort of a secret underground rebellion and might know what to do with it. It's a bit of a tricky situation because, like, the normal procedure is you report this to politicians in Eden and they take care of it. But Eden is kind of out of commission, so it's not entirely clear who you would report this to. But it is evidence that Cyrillin is doing some truly evil political espionage and assassination stuff, and clearly has, like, broken the alliance and is looking to do some sort of string pulling or war or something.
I swear the Vasant Manko thing was like the general knowledge of it was like wrong or something. Was it not? Never mind.
Yeah, the cover story is that it was Basali Navy. Kaz and Jane seem to believe that it was actually Cyrillin pretending to be Basatat.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if any of that could help us get to Lutean or not, Kaz, but yeah. If there's one thing that I'm just because we keep fucking encountering it, your dad ever have like any fucking symbols or shit that he traced around his anyone who was working for him? Nora, sorry, Rafik.
He just kind of leans his jaw on his like the heel of his palm, his elbow on the table, is waiting for you to like say his other name. And he's like upside down act.
Did we find anything like that in Thernaliax's place?
This is the symbol that was on the giant totem that you guys destroyed in the secret, basement area under his bunker.
All right.
You've also seen this glowing symbol on a lot of undead that attacked you, including the one vampire thrall that you guys, absolutely wrecked down in that chamber.
Has anyone else seen this symbol around?
Yeah, a few times.
I assume
Places that none of us have seen?
There was one in Moresco.
Okay. Hey, Narafi, there's an obelisk somewhere.
No, still wrong. Still wrong.
Rafiq!
Also,
Rafiq!
there isn't an obelisk there. It came through a portal.
A portal. What did you encounter over there?
It was a. He already told Narafi this, but it was.
Oh yeah, this is something already else.
Yeah, it was the weird, tiny little skull spider thing that grew into the big monstrous thing and was
As soon as you
unkillable.
released it, yeah,
Yeah.
that was problematic.
Yeah, and apparently a bunch of other skeletons that presumably also had the symbol were also had come through the portal, but they were dispatched.
Maybe there wasn't a symbol before then, but when you released it, maybe you built one afterwards.
No, it was definitely on there before I released it.
Okay. Sure.
It is hard to hide the symbol. It usually appears on the forehead of
It
anyone
was-
controlled.
And it was glowing. It's
Yeah,
not subtle.
very hard to hide.
Yeah, subtlety, definitely not an aspect of the Desolate King stuff.
No, he's a ruler, conqueror,
Also, I think your mic's
not a spy. Hi.
it is. Question real quick.
Yes.
The dragon I saw in the library, he didn't happen to have the Desolate King symbol on his forehead, did he?
Negative.
Okay.
Speaking
Oh.
of actionable things, I suppose, Thernaliax and Fernexavac, they're allied with Desolate King? Or at least are working with him for something.
That seems to be the case. Yeah.
When I was very wee, a really ancient dragon came to the library. He was looking for information on necromancy. I wonder if it's related.
Huh.
He was rusty, so he was quite ancient.
Iron Dragon? Rust Dragon?
He was an iron dragon, but I believe he was just old, so he was kind of rusty. Really big. He did a breath for me and everything. It was pretty cool.
What did that look like?
Good old
I don't know.
classic fire.
Oh, classic
But
fire.
it left his body glowing red, like hot iron.
Aye. It quite looked like if his body, if you made it cold or wet, it might become brittle. Is that right? That's what I learned from that.
Yes.
Ah, so if we have to deal with Mex as well, who believes iron, might be beneficial.
That makes sense.
Does make me wonder if the chronomancy ritual that Fairnexvac is interested in is something at the behest of the Desolate King, or if it's his own business.
Maybe. I have two possible people I can meet with that might give me a better time frame on when I met this dragon, to be perfectly honest. One of them is Rita. She might remember how when she came to the library. The other is a friend. But I didn't know who he is. He just said he's in a place with ghosts, with blue water. It's very unhelpful.
You
Affect,
think
what do you
it's-
mean at the bottom?
The symbol. Yeah.
Oh,
And the thing that popped up.
Oh, yeah, the Desolate
oh,
King.
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if maybe your dad has his hands in a lot more pockets than you can think. In which case, you should
Keep
probably.
calling him my dad.
Do you not want me to call him that?
Please, no?
What is your association right now?
I'm here to kill him. I really not want to call him my dad.
Your fucking hitman contract, whatever.
I've also not given that information to many people yet. You're fucking terrible at this.
This is why you can't trust anyone.
Discretion was never my fucking strong suit. Actually, it was.
That's your job.
Well,
Why do you think you got fired?
Poor performance on the workplace.
Nah, I'm a fucking veteran. Honorably discharged from that shit.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
I
7
assume they
years.
They probably just get rid of him because he hates women so much.
I'll have you know.
That being said, a lot of what has been said in this room should probably stay in this room.
Please.
Which means that you probably should start calling him Rafik and not Narafi.
I'll fucking practice it every day.
Well, yes, anyway, you've told everyone who my dad is. You probably already know who I am.
Not at all.
Yeah.
After
Aldermorn.
I have one other thing to add to it, possibly it's stuff to do. It's probably no priority at this time. But I went back to the city whose name I remember. Let me tell
Which
you.
one?
What was the one that was in this that was floating?
Octima.
Octima. Octima.
Type?
And
Yeah.
I did a little bit of stalking.
Oh.
And I followed Rodriguez to a closed bathhouse that he just let himself into. It was quite suspicious. I presume it's possibly something important for him and his master. I know his house is there as well. At some point I would like to look at them, but it is not as dire as other things.
Cool.
Seems-
So, what's with the Desolate King thing?
Want to kill him.
Right.
Second time.
Other stuff.
Yeah, I just... If there's any information on what he's doing, I would love to hear it. I heard you... What's the word I'm looking for here? You encountered some of his servants.
Yeah, briefly.
And off the top of my head, was Jet Schmidt mentioned?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't know how much of this text has shared.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I
about-
shared all this with Foster and
Yeah.
Darafi.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
all
ahead and
that
make
was
this
there.
public.
Yeah. Okay.
And I basically said that they have offered me a contract
Neat.
to kill Ingla, which I am more than happy to do.
Well, yeah, if they want that. What was the contract for?
Killing Loxodon, who I was already going to kill anyways. So
Yeah, I mean, what were you gonna get for it? What were they offering you?
potentially some information and some assistance with something. Ideally, finding the rest of my totems.
What do you plan to do once you get all my back?
Once I get what?
Oh, what do you plan to do with them once you get them all back?
Uh,
Or what do you plan to do after you get them all back? And return?
Ideally, Weiss will be able to undo the ritual. And then I'm going to go skin a wolf.
Well, after you're done with all of your revenge, what do you plan to do?
I'm a daemon made from thoughts of revenge. Doesn't really stop.
What you wanted to?
That's for me to know and you to never know.
Okay, I would expect that.
Look, all of you are super needy and frankly pathetic, and all have desperate plans for success and whatever, and you're super vulnerable. I need to, at some point, talk to somebody called the Dark King. If he ever speaks to any of you, don't say a single word, and leave.
Who's the Duck King?
So one of the other Golden Fiends.
Well,
He
I haven't heard
will.
of the Golden Fiends.
What does he look like? I'm assuming he's not gonna walk up and just be like, "Oh, I'm the Duck King."
He might. He's quite open. Yeah, I can't actually remember what he looks like. Yeah,
It's one of those eldritch. Oh, it's this one here. Okay.
Why are you bringing this up now?
I brought it up before, but I'm bringing it up again just because
Good to have it on the board.
you're all you all have goals and ambitions, many of which you likely can't do on your own. He eyes Jane and Fetch and Kaz in particular. He's acts like a genie. He offers wishes, many of which he can grant, but they always come at a far worse cost than is presented.
I think he cares about us guys.
I don't. But
I
what I care about
Sounds
is
like care.
what I care about is preventing liabilities.
Why don't you just bring him up right now? Bring him to this little discussion and have him go through all of us to see who's ready to crack at the moment's notice.
As fun as that would be. You know, I could.
Why not? Sounds great.
All right.
Seems unwise.
On the subject of liabilities, she kind of goes over and takes the instruction manual for herself back from whoever's currently holding it.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Before you take it, I dog you the page I was on.
Got it. That is why I told you all about this. I suspect that I may be more of a liability in terms of Tesseract than I am even aware of. I mean, I am a Tesseract product. I have no idea what capacity they have to track me or interfere with this body's functionality. I have no idea.
Or if you're even still a person or ever were.
Do you want help filing off your serial numbers?
Text is projecting.
I know you're being a little sarcastic there, Cass, but I truly, you know so much more about machines than I know. I would love to have you take a look and see if you think they are able to interfere with me remotely or anything like that.
I can open you up.
We can. She looks super self-conscious.
It's a bit invasive.
Deal with that a different time. I mean, she just asked him to, but
Cass probably doesn't actually say it like that.
Yeah,
but
can I
it
be
was.
that I really want...
He's actually very respectful, you know, with the amount of time he's tinkered with my arm while it was still on. Sometimes I didn't even notice.
Can I be there too? I really want to see what you look like on the inside.
You can't just ask for somebody to see their insides. It's weird.
Yeah, question about the booklet.
She crosses her arms in front of her and says that's kind of invasive for a guy who approached us all wearing a costume for the first couple months we knew each other.
Yes, also, if anybody's going to be in there while I'm taking a look at her mechanical bits, we really need to be careful about static. So if you're coming in, you need to be in a full body hairnet.
Oh, I just meant more like I could also provide, maybe if there's any security in you that prevents him from putting in there, I can bypass it.
Well, that's why Kaz has a latex suit. Oh.
Right. That's why.
Now that I've read the
Can I get that as a token now?
The forward in the manual, I kind of see how your body interacts with medicine. Are you open to me healing you if ever something happens?
She kind of nods. Yeah. I In truth, I have thought about this, and I don't even necessarily know why I kept this from you all. I mean, at first you were all just a bunch of strangers. I don't just walk around telling people that I'm a piece of machinery, but that's why I didn't want you. Yeah, sorry, I'm rambling.
No,
yes,
that's
it's
understandable.
It's fine. You're welcome to patch me up if it comes to it. I can take care of myself just fine though.
And yeah, just in case you're unconscious or anything.
She nods.
Yeah.
That's
Do
why
we need
those
to worry about magnets? Are magnets a bad thing to keep near you?
No, if I've never had any issues with magnets, I think we'll be alright.
Okay, just making sure. I didn't want to like fry your brain or.
Do you even know what magnets are, lead liquor?
Yes.
Magnet elementals.
I think there's
crafting
magnetic
expertise, right?
elementals. Yeah,
they're
I do.
they're
Oh, yeah.
lodestone elementals.
You're also an elementalist. Yeah, you probably actually know quite a lot about leadstones.
That's why those fucking rust monsters went after you.
Oh, true. Yeah, that would be text piecing those dots together.
Yeah, she kind of hangs her head.
You were beset upon by rust monsters.
It all worked out okay. Just gave him something that looked a little tastier than me. Kaz is working on a new gun for me, I think.
Can you feel?
She, again, like no inside checks required. She has like backed with her back pressed to the bookcase, arms crossed in front of her. Is
Can we
deeply
drop?
uncomfortable. But she'll answer you. She says, "Yeah, yes."
And it doesn't feel like you're moving through water all the time.
She shakes her head, and she kind of looks at your fake arm and says, they spared no expense. It feels largely like I felt before. There's little quirks. But yes, I can still feel. It's meant to resemble a normal body in every way.
At least you got a decent deal out of it.
Aside from the dead.
Yeah, she kind of
Jane,
shakes her head.
why did they do it for you? Why? If it's so expensive a procedure?
Because Booker agreed to pay it. We've been...
Oh, true, but this...
This is another thing about our world that you don't exactly understand yet, baby.
Is Butcher wealthy? Does he have collateral? Is he known to pay his debts? As big as this? It seems strange that they would just find a apple farmer and give her a new body.
The orchard was put up as collateral.
How expensive
I'm not an
is an
accountant,
orchard?
but we were successful. The business makes good money.
Enough money to cover. How long would it take you? How many years would it take you to pay off this body with just the orchard?
Oh, I forget. Vex sent me this
I
information
forget
once.
the exact number, but it's a lot. It's like 20 to 40 years. You essentially did a huge mortgage.
We would have probably been paying it off for the rest of our lives, or the rest of Booker's life, while I watched him just get old and die until he couldn't work anymore, and I'm just...
Hi, but perhaps, as Brent says, I don't know how things work here. That's weird, no?
No,
Not really.
it's completely reasonable.
I know you're
It's
not
completely
from...
reasonable.
You're not
So,
from this world, but there are very rich people that make a lot of money off of taking advantage of really poor people.
So there are other people like you walking around?
I don't know if there are others exactly like me walking around, but I know that Tesseract takes every opportunity they get to exploit people that are desperate.
So, did they approach Booker? Or did Booker approach them?
Booker... I guess I would probably know the details of this fact, though I don't know them for sure.
He took you there in a cart as fast as he could to look for help, and was generally pointed to them as being the closest and cheapest. Or, well, not necessarily cheapest, but the closest.
So it's... Sorry.
while I was, all I know is what he told me. I was in a coma, but he rushed me to Liberty, the closest big city that had magic, and just was desperately asking people for help, and I already told him to go to Tesseract, so that's where he went.
I have a really weird question.
Shoot.
In fact, can I make an arcane security check to see if she has like some type of Order 66 like on her?
Sure, like a sleeper agent code.
Yeah.
Sure. It's worth mentioning that she is just as much machine as magic. So your arcane security is going to be useful, but it would be more useful if you also had somebody literally like opening her up and digging around in her machine bits.
Yeah.
It's up to her whether she's okay with that.
She already said I couldn't look at her insides.
Okay.
So.
Then I'll let you do it. You're essentially just like studying magical auras. So go ahead and give me an arcane security check.
Do you mind if I study your magical aura real quick?
That's fine, yeah.
I have a question while this is going on about
If that's
the
a
handbook.
failure, I can reroll it.
Yes.
Does this count? Hold on a second. Identify or investigate or identifying magic.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, then I get a bonus to this with occultism.
Yep.
Better.
I can burn. I'll burn her hero point. Make it even better if it's a failure.
Boy. You study as carefully as you can without actually like opening her up inside. You read all the magical auras that are passing in and around and through her. Nothing reads as like a latent mind control effect that you can see.
Right, there's a presently active one.
You don't sense the vibe of any active enchantment magic or any like glyphs that would unleash mind control.
I have a question about the handbook.
Yes.
Does it have her serial number? And based on what's written in there, could I tell if she was the first?
This is a great question. I am not even going to make you roll for it. This is kind of plain to just all of you guys as you're studying it. She contains parts that are mass manufactured, but she, the total thing, certainly doesn't have a serial number. Is kind of... You certainly get the impression that this is like a one-of-a-kind of experiment kind of deal. It's not like there are things like this coming off of a factory somewhere.
Yeah, they just somehow have a handbook for her specifically to maintain herself.
Handbook would also be kind of a strong term. It certainly looks like it is more of a collection of all the manuals of all the different components that make her up that have been compiled and then kind of like spruced up. It got a once-over from the branding team as they did amanuensis to copy all of the text over.
Right.
But it doesn't look like, welcome to your new model. Here are the ways that you do it. Return it to customer. Like, you can tell that it's like a maintenance guide more than anything else.
Yeah.
It's not like a full manual with the glossary and like the warranty and everything on it.
Right. Also,
it's a prototype.
Do you have a self-destruct feature?
Real quick, I want to do this. Foster's had a hand raise for a while, but I also don't see him in Discord. I assume he's passed out.
Sitting in bed.
Okay, totally fine. I just didn't want to. I want to make sure I wasn't like skipping over him for a bajillion
he has
years.
worked like super early. He like laid on the floor earlier and fell asleep.
That is totally fine.
Can I do a check real quick?
Sure. What you're trying to do?
I've probably spent some time studying the laws of other countries while an edge site.
Sure.
Would I know? Can I like get a read on how debt is handled in I guess Wexasass and Liberty?
Absolutely.
I guess.
Absolutely. Go and give me. Do you have Edgesite lore?
Yeah.
Then yeah, go ahead and give me that.
All right. Well, I'm opening my character sheet for the first time
you want
in the session. I mean, he's probably just thinking to himself right now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that like, as Baby Boy offered, like I can give you guys help on any skill check you guys do by just like touching you with no action prepared. Like it just takes me, I cast a spell, and I can even do it where like 4 people can help you.
Probably no help right now because it wouldn't make sense for him to ask for this. But yeah.
Yeah.
5.
I'd say Lord bumps it up to a 14. The impression you get about Wexisas is that it is honestly just very capitalist libertarian. There are private banks that do private loans. Private companies can even give out private credit. If Jane was to like default on the credit, they could take her to court and try to sue her. They would be trying to squeeze blood from Iraq potentially. If she doesn't have the money, she doesn't have the money. But it's a very, from our perspective, modernish society in the sense that they have an economic system that is kind of like what we had in the Wild West, the 1800s.
Gotcha. All right.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi shit the bed there for a bit. I don't know what I missed, but
Nothing major.
Essentially, he was just
Nothing
asking how taxes and debt work in Wexisas.
gotcha.
And the answer was essentially Wild West corporate libertarianism.
Is it okay? I might be a little bit stuck on this. Is it well known that Tesseract can do stuff like this? How did Booker know?
Tesseract is... It's not well known. I don't think that they can do stuff like this. But they... If you visit... you've been to Liberty, you've seen it. They have all kinds of incredible machines everywhere. Their fingerprints are all over the city. They work incredible works of magic. They're fairly well known for what they can do. Even before everything that happened, when I was just running an orchard, I knew of Tesseract. My sister-in-law got a player piano from him.
But player players are a far throw from putting someone's soul into a robot. They can
They
just
make-
walk around it.
They make tons of artificial limbs and other medical devices. Even I've seen them.
They do.
She knows. Like I said, I don't know if I'm the only one of my kind, but they do this sort of work. They're well known for it.
I got a
very
great value
strange
there.
for you to be the only one. Experiments tend to not be very successful the first time around.
Maybe you might be the first successful one, but
And to reiterate, this book shows that the parts she is made out of come from different things.
yeah, but being made specifically into Jane
They
might
did.
be new.
Howard assured me it was all state of the art. If you could see the smug look on his face when he handed me that book of papers he'd compiled about everything.
Of Howard's hookers and caravans?
No, like I said back then, that was the second worst Howard I've ever met. This is Howard Tannen. In truth, as far as I know, he's just kind of a middle manager or upper management. I don't know if he's the devil or anything, but he's just got a really punchable face, you know?
Oh, I know that. Middle managers are everyone's favorite people to punch.
He's got teeth that are somehow white as snow all the time, and he's just awful.
Oh, the fucking
Sounds like they have good dental.
the serial and emissary they chose to check up on us was the same way. Always smiling, fake smiling, but ready to fucking go off on you the most passive aggressive way possible. Yeah.
They she like has the saddest smile on her face, and she's like, when Booker was getting ready to bring me home, Howard offered him a Tesseract emblazoned urn for my ashes. Like with their logo on it. That's the sort of person Howard Tannen is.
Rafik says a word that Twitch won't allow. What a bleep.
What? Okay, I guess I don't really know the rules for what we're not are and are not allowed to say on here, so I'm just gonna imagine.
Sorry. That
I'm gonna
sounds
imagine
awful.
I'm gonna imagine what an Australian might say.
Yes. It's
I assume
Just
that
imagine
that's
words
the
that you think you can't say on Twitch. And
Yeah. It's fine to say in Ireland, so it's weird that America is so like weird about it. But you
Oh,
know.
it's like yeah. I got you.
It's that one.
That's the word I
Yeah.
thought you were thinking of.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what else it could be. You can't
Yeah.
say that on Twitch. You can't say the word
No, you
on Twitch.
can't say it on
I'm
Twitch.
just kidding. Um,
I
Very
also couldn't
racist
talk
Twitch.
about Argus
Very
because I
racist.
would have had to use the other word that we're not allowed to say on Twitch.
Yeah.
Virgin?
Socialist?
That actually,
Squirrels in my pants?
Gamer word. Argus Foxglove is a gamer word.
Gamer word.
I'm afraid.
I need to go to Unyo.
I'll
Kaz-
go with you.
Kaz and I need to go to Lateon.
I think that the first place that I need to go is to this chronotririte boulder, not just because I want chronotririte,
I
but
think
also
that might
because
be-
we need to disrupt whatever Argus and Fairnexavac are working on.
Agree.
I agree wholeheartedly. I feel like the sooner we start to undermine them, the easier it'll be down the road.
That said, we have a week. Can we get to Liberty and back in a week, God?
Almost certainly not.
Boy, it was a 3-day sail along the coast to get to Yapaka Port to Famador, and then it would be like another 3 or 4 days to get down to Liberty. Unless you got a train, which you certainly could, which would cut it down to about a day.
Train!
So theoretically,
So, can we
you could
get straight
to
from
Liberty.
here to...
No, there are no trains running into Eden because of, the monsters and stuff.
You don't even let me roll a train check about it?
Yeah,
With
you know what?
the-
Absolutely. Please give me a trains check.
Or the only chance that you might have of making it to Liberty and back to Famador to teleport in time would be to teleport to Sertune and hope that Sertune is close to the border.
True.
Rolling that one moment.
I also want to throw out that once you teleport to Pi, it's still about 3 days north to get back to the Vesper Old Growth.
That's true.
I have an idea that might help with that. We have a friend who's there. Perhaps we could ask if she could remove it for us.
She did that flight in about 6 or 7 hours.
Oh, no, perhaps she could remove the chronotririte for us so that we can just remove it from the area.
The problem is there's no way to get the chronotririte out of that hole.
There
We can
is.
break it.
Yeah, if it's fine to break it apart just to get it out of their hands, we can put it in the key tokens.
It's also not just the chronotririte either, though at least that's not all that I'm interested in. Fairnexvac also has a book about time travel, about this ritual, about the link that I need to get from him somehow.
Then wouldn't it make more sense to just go to his house when he is going to the Old Grove a week from now? After we've already acquired the chronotririte and just steal it from him?
That sounds terrific. I'm just concerned that when he goes to check on the chronotririte and finds all of his cultists dead, the plans are going to change.
I didn't say kill them, I said steal it. Be sneaky.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to any of that.
I don't think any of you have figured out how you're going to transport a 20-foot boulder, though, still.
Yeah, that is the other issue.
It seems like it's safe to break it apart.
Dragon. Break it apart. We can carry it to stuff.
I guess what I'm angling at here is there a version of this where we go and leave the chronotririte where it is and just take Fairnexavac out of the picture? I don't know how powerful this dragon is.
This is Wildfolk. He's CR plus 15. There's no way.
Yeah, I can't imagine us being able to take on a dragon at this moment, Jane.
We know people who probably could.
We don't get to fight named NPCs.
One of you guys can do a check to see if you can guess how strong a dragon is.
A dragon that we've never seen.
Do it.
This would be like
I know
just a
some
general knowledge check about dragons. What is the rough CR of dragons?
I know some stuff
what
about
would-
this
what
dragon
would-
specifically.
what would,
Can I do a check
what-
about this dragon specifically?
What role would that be?
I believe that for dragons it is normally Arcana. I would also allow Society here because they're more civilized in this world.
Do you want me to help you with this role, Jane?
Sure.
Which person is this again?
Fair next back, but also just dragons in general.
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone else want to help Jane? Because I can have. Let's see. This is a CR. Was it half of your level? So CR3. So I can have 3. I can have 5 people help if they want to help.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Here we go. This is a +5 because it's a creature. 21.
Wonderful. Okay, let's unpack these. First of all, the trains check 22. With the 22, when the Imric War ended, because Eden started having the apocalypse with the ascension of Ra, there was a train line under construction that ran through the mountain range, straightly connecting Liberty to Eden Capital, called the Green Line. It was nearly done with construction, but then monsters fucked up everything on the other side of the mountain. As far as you know, the part down here is still in perfect working order. The part up north might be damaged because of the monsters. But there's a functional rail line, and you know that there were stations set up with little trains that were set up to do construction. It's an option, is all I'm saying. There's a possibly damaged under construction railway with steam engines that were used for construction near Eden City.
And the absolute best version of that, how fast would that get us to Liberty?
Day and a half.
Hot as hell. Remind me, is there a window in Liberty?
Oh, great question. I don't think there is. Oh, but that said, it's Liberty. They have their own teleportation windows to places.
Do they have one to Pi?
What a great question. Give me Society or Arcana.
Important question.
Yes, they certainly do. However, because you were with the team that went there, it is also to the Tax and Customs Office, which means it was deactivated on their end. You would need somebody on that end to reactivate it for you, which it was closed for a reason because of the Civil War. It would involve getting behind some red tape, essentially.
Do I know if that red tape is Tesseract?
It would probably be a combination of Tesseract and Pi. Tesseract would certainly like for that to be reopened. It is bad for business for their portals to be closed. Or not Tesseract, but Wexus has. It's a government portal, is essentially. It's not a company. So you imagine that the hard part would be getting Pi to agree to reopen it. But you got a guy.
Didn't we already get Pi to reopen it? Isn't this open?
Pi, the guy at Pi secretly reopened the one to Landfall.
Oh, it's different. Okay, I see now. Okay.
With that said, he presumably has the power to do the one to Liberty as well.
So I could dream message him. So all I'm saying is
We
there's a
could just-
world where we take a defunct train to Liberty. We get there in a day and a half, bust Rita and maybe Switch out of prison, and then bamf over to Pi and still make it to the Chrono Tri right before a week. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Urgent hand raise from Lush.
Yeah, so this is before you started reading out the other roles. When I do the help and I can have a whole bunch of different people aid and help, how does that work when multiple people help you? Do you benefit from each?
No, they don't stop.
Or do you just...
You take whatever the best one is, and if there is a negative, you would also add that negative to it.
Okay.
Okay, running through the rest of these lore check.
I succeeded the help for her dragon check.
Perfect, so that will add an extra 1. So we got Esoteric Lore is another 5 plus 1 for 20.
So Master,
no, sorry.
Yeah. 20, it's 21?
21, yeah. Jane with a 21 Arcana, 2 21s. Wonderful. Let me go look this up, because I'm still learning this system too, but I believe... Alright, let's see. Dragon CR.
Also, he's probably an Iron Dragon, so if we just throw a shit ton of water and ice on him... He's gonna have an ally with him, though, isn't he? That's mine.
So he's going to be with Argus and Trinale X, right? I really don't think fighting him is an option.
Yeah, I think Argus is going to meet him back at his house. Is what it said.
Farron XX was essentially like, oh, I have a meeting. I already have plans that day and for a couple of days after. If you want to go to my castle and wait there, here's what you can tell the butler and he'll let you in. That's essentially what the letter said.
Do we know, based on the letters, is the book on Pharonexavac's person? Like, would he be expected to take it with him to this cave?
That is not clear in the letter. You would have to kind of guess.
Okay.
Here we go. Young dragons start at roughly CR 6 or 7. Adults are anywhere from like 11 to 14-ish. Ancients are like 16 to the 20s.
And where would Pharonexavac fall on that?
Pharonexavac is at least adult. You did a lot of research specifically on this, and so did Branch.
Yeah.
Both of you guys are aware that he is on the like middle to upper end of adult. He is not quite ancient. So you're probably looking at like CR 13, 14-ish.
And then I don't know how this game works. Is that like untenably high for us to deal with?
Yes.
I'm actually...
it's a little less now with proficiency without level. If we were with proficiency without level, he's no different from God.
Yeah, I just mean in the current rule set.
In the current rule set, we're still fucked. Like, HP alone is gonna wipe the floor with us.
I'm interested to hear Vex answer
party of
this question respectfully.
Right. A party of 5, all of you at level 7. It would be a moderate fight to do a single CR 11 creature. Moderate is pretty easy for you guys. Most of the fights you do are severe. A severe fight for a party of 5 at level 7, you could go up to CR 13. That is if you catch them alone.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this would be... So to put this into perspective... Here, actually, let me just pull up that fight. The fight that you did against that vampire mage thrall down by the obelisk, she was a single creature, and her CR was... Current enemies... CR 9. And frankly, you wiped the floor with her.
Either way,
the easiest fight of this game.
There's zero universe where we get Pharonexavac alone anyway. He's coming with Thranaliac, so...
There's another option. If Argus can't make it to the meeting, they're probably not going to have it.
Well, no, the meeting at the Chrono Triad is happening either way.
Is it? I thought Argus was intentional in that.
No, that's why they couldn't meet with Argus, was because they were meeting to go look at the Chrono Triad.
All right,
Am I understanding that fact correct?
So, yes, Argus wants to meet Pharonexavac. Pharonexavac is like, ooh, sorry, I've got plans that day. I'm going to go see the Chrono Triad. But go wait for me at home, and I'll see you afterward. So Argus, presumably while this meeting is going on, is going to be alone at Pharonexavac's castle, just waiting for him.
His CR is probably crazy high. We can't fuck with Argus right now.
Not that attitude.
I mean, you can do rolls about it.
But I have...
I want to do rolls on it. I want to do rolls on it.
Are dragons stronger in their dragon form than in their mortal form? Or are they weaker in their, humanoid form?
They're almost certainly going to be stronger in their true form, but their humanoid form kind of acts like a polymorph or a wild shape, where it's like a little buffer of extra health, and sometimes they might have weird abilities.
So if we lured him down into the narrow catacombs and then fought him while he couldn't transform and beat the shit out of him,
hell yeah,
could we kill him while he's trapped in a small area and he cannot turn into a dragon? Because there is tens of 30s of minutes of narrow caverns that lead down to that rock.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, Feck, but wouldn't he just still grow to his size and just kind of damage everything around him?
Give me... it's time for this to come up. Give me an Arcana check or a Magic check for what happens if you try to transform into something that's too big.
Do you want some help making that, or you got this?
Sure, I could probably do it. I'll be
Sounds
fine.
like
I'll be fine.
Okay.
And regardless...
You got it.
What an absolute waste of a 20.
Regardless, we'll have 2 dragons.
Right.
They're going to be in their human form, sure, and weaker, but it's still going to be 2 fucking dragons in a tiny space with us.
I still think it's
Unless
better
we
idea
can get one of them. Yeah.
I still think it's a better idea to just try to get there before them and get all that Chrono Triad out of there, fuck with their plans. And then maybe after we get the Chrono Triad, then go back to Pharonexavac's castle and see what Argus is up to and see if we can get the book.
We do have an explosives expert on our team.
I do not want to be seen by Argus. So I could do the time thing, but I'm not going to go with the Argus. I don't want to get seen by him.
I don't even necessarily know if we want to mess with Argus, but just get the book if it's in his...
There's a way to move the Chrono Triad if we break it up, but the containers are expensive.
So here we go. Natural 20 on what happens if you try to transform into something too big. In this system, if you are under the effects of a polymorph that makes you too big for your space, the effect is simply disrupted. It is it is canceled. It does not happen. So if you kill them in humanoid form and that would cause them to revert to a dragon, and there's not room for them to revert to a dragon, they stay in their humanoid form and don't, like, nothing happens. Presumably they die.
I'm just
Wonderful.
saying, this could actually work. I mean, neither of them could transform. So I'm assuming that, like, their CR would be lowered. Because they're just going to be stuck in their non-dragon form.
I think before we chase this rabbit any further, maybe we find out if we even, like we've been talking about, can move all this chrono triad. Is it even possible?
And then I think Neo wanted to make a check on Argus before we move away from that.
Absolutely. You can give me either occultism or society, either one. Or if you have something else that's good for, like, assessing battle stats.
I'm gonna second that. Do I have any advantage because I've literally fucked around with his barriers and I know, like,
yeah, I'll give you like a... You could have like a +1 on your occultism.
It's like, how much bulk is a 20 by 20 foot?
How much what is it? 20 by 25?
Bulk.
Oh my god. It depends on what it is.
The chrono triad.
I would have to look it up. The bulk is going to be pretty huge.
Okay, I'm gonna hero point that.
Okay.
Does that hero point count for which? I guess it doesn't matter to say.
Notably, for a large creature, one bulk becomes light bulk. And for even larger, it's even lighter.
Okay, let me unwrap these, starting with the lower occultism check, 19. Oh boy. When he... Let me pull this up. Let me be careful what I say. Based on your time experimenting with his arcane defenses and his wards and his barriers, baby boy, the impression you get is that at the time he was much more skilled at magic than you. Now, you're catching up. He might be roughly on par with you. He doesn't seem like he's, crazy super high. He's probably between the realm of like 7 to 10, level 7 to 10.
Yeah, but that was also a unknown amount of time ago.
Right. With a little bit of a higher check sketch, not a ton higher, but a little bit higher, you're probably able to narrow this down. You've seen him do a little bit of spellcasting, not a ton, but you've also used a lot of magic on him as part of your act. And when he would like playfully resist, or when you would try to like play pranks on him or something, you got the impression he's probably pushing 8, 9-ish.
So if we all grouped up and started kicking him, he'd probably die. Maybe.
Yeah, about the same level as the vampire that they... Well, I guess you weren't there for that party, but...
It would be really unfair and impractical for all 10 of us to go kick him at once, because this game's not balanced for that. So
That's fair.
We gotta remember it's only gonna be like 4 or 5 of us kicking him at a time.
Well, I gotta be one of the people kicking him.
I mean, we could all of us go and kill those dragons.
I mean, if you guys want to do a 10-person combat, I'll run a 10-person combat.
A 10-person dragon?
That's on you. That is on you.
That sounds like hell on earth to me.
Yeah, it sounds like a suicide mission. I don't think...
It sounds like
I've had enough of pie, honestly. I don't know about you, Kaz and Rafik. Hey, I got it.
I also have zero interest in fucking with any of the dragon politics. Truly could not care less.
I don't really care about the politics myself. I'm just scared about the fact that they're trying to get to my fucking home.
I do wonder if they even need all of that chrono triad for this ritual, or if it's like we found a boulder to break off the little chunk you need. And anyway, Rafik, you had an idea about how we would potentially move it?
It would be expensive, and I think we may need to buy the materials in Pi, though it's a somewhat common magical item. There's a feather token, no, just a token, called a chest. It can transfer up to 10 bulk each. They are 20 gold each.
How many of those would it take to move all of this contract?
That's what I was wondering.
I'm doing a little bulk math. I get the feeling this is going to be way too big, but let me check.
I think you're saying we could break it into chunks that it could transport, and then
I see.
Yeah,
buy a whole bunch of them.
Because apparently it's fine to break them into chunks.
We also have a literal explosive expert right here if you want to pursue that route. I point at
There's
Kaz.
also legally distinct spacious pouches that hold 25 bulk. Is there any reason we could just buy a bunch of bags of holding and fill them up with
They're
crap?
more expensive than the chest.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's 75 gold for 25 bulk. Meanwhile, it's 20 gold for 10 bulk of the consumable one.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, here we go. So bulk is a bit of an abstraction, but it is roughly equal to like 5 to 10 pounds. Sometimes higher if it's particularly unwieldy.
I think one medium person is 3 bulk.
Right. A boulder of roughly this size, about 15 feet in diameter and 20 feet tall, is going to weigh about almost 400,000 pounds, which comes out to about 40,000 bulk.
Oof.
That is not correct for how the bulk math works.
Yeah.
If a medium person is 3 bulk.
But a medium, is it going by weight or is it going by density? Space taken up?
It goes by both, sort of.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird
It's
abstraction.
a really weird abstraction, but
Because-
there's no way it's 40,000 bulk.
A person, if you think about a person and think about a rock that weighs the same amount as that person, it's very different in size.
True, it's about 10 times. Stone is about 10 times flesh.
Alright, medium is 6, small is 3.
So here we go. This is a pretty easy way to do it. If the boulder was the same size as a person, it would be about 30 bulk. It's way bigger than a person. It's much, much bigger than a person. We're easily looking at hundreds, probably thousands of bulk.
It's a lot of bulk.
So, I don't think it's going to be practical to
Yeah.
move this boulder. I think that's out of the question.
No. So perhaps we should go about taking the book so they no longer have access to the information?
Destroying the boulder is another one.
There's.
What would happen if you destroyed a chronotrite boulder?
I would much rather not.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't think you'd like that.
I think that so Fairnexback wants to do this time ritual. To do it, he needs information that's in this book. He needs chronotririte that we don't know how much. He needs somebody like Baby Boy. And he needs to be in nowhere. We just have to get rid of one of those variables to stop their plan. So I think I'm with Baby Boy. I think the easiest one is to get the book. I'm
really glad
we just kill Baby Boy.
Yes, I'm really glad you decided to just kill me.
Jane's eyes glow blue. She cocks her gun. No.
Oh no, not another one!
No, because I also need Baby Boy.
That's the only reason.
Literally. I think...
Oh, they said hate Baby Boy. Not
No,
need Baby Boy.
need
Oh.
Baby Boy.
Well, I'm glad that my need is greater than your desire to kill me.
Also, I'm very.
very.
My memory's real bad, but I forgot we're supposed to go help my dad so he doesn't get himself killed.
All right, great hunt stuff.
What, again?
He didn't finish it. He was doing some revenge stuff, and now he's doing the Great Hunt.
Would you like to check with him in the Athenaeum? When was the last time you've spoken to him?
That
Can
might
one of
be a
us just
good
send a
idea.
message to him right now so you don't have to waste that 50?
Obviously, I think you should speak to him, but I think if you explain to him that you're going to go try to break Switch out of Wex's ass jail, he'd probably understand.
He'd probably prefer that.
Not that I want anything bad to happen to him, but I
But
think
you
maybe
do want help. You've been clear about that.
I do. I think if I was making a proposal, I know this amazing half-finished train line, the grain line. If we could get to Liberty fast enough, and hopefully dealing with whatever is going on at Tesseract doesn't take more than a day or so, I could probably get the portal to Pi fixed, and then we could head from there and get to Farinexavax's keep while he's away. Argus will be there. We'd have to either avoid him or deal with him. And then we just hope that the book is there. Hope that Farinexvac didn't bring it with him, which I think is probably a safe bet because I don't think Threnaliax knows about the book, and I don't think Farinexevac would want Threnaliax to know about the book, so I don't think
Right.
he would bring it with him.
Whatever he uses the book for, I don't think he'd be holding it and looking at the chrono trigger at the same time. Maybe
Right. He's
for
not an
for
idiot.
reference.
I don't think he would put two of his variables in the same place in front of Threnaliax.
Well, that's what Jane wants to do. I think Kaz, me, and Ruka want to head to the Whistling Isles, so anyone want to join?
Quick note, because it could affect the answer to that. Your dad is still here. Pick is here with the Great Hunt. Under the... It's not a guise, under the impression that they are here because you have offered to train and help them get ready for their mission, which is ultimately to go down to the Nuixie Strait, find Captain Hookbill, and fucking kill him, and possibly blow up his whole base. Anything that you guys do that is working towards that goal, he would be happy to join and support you guys on.
Does your dad want to come with us to go break into prison?
It's a different goal than what he's doing, but maybe?
Is your dad willing to let us take the people he wants to kill as political prisoners instead, and possibly sell them to a horrible Kirch witch?
I think we already got that handled, but you could use a few extras.
I don't think so. I could ask him, but I'm pretty sure he wants some,
That's fair.
As we consider what we're going to do here, I will also say that it's really important to only split into two groups that don't actually go 3 weeks without playing at a time.
Yeah, 2 groups sounds good.
I
do need to go to Unma as well.
I need to go to the Whistling Isles. Or Whistlelund Isles?
The Whistland Isles?
Yeah, I need to go there. And if we're going to be doing without, I guess I'd rather not be there.
I have one suggestion then. If you don't think you can get the window up, I'd be willing to go and help Rita while you do whatever the hell you want to do with the rock.
I'd certainly appreciate the help.
She was nice to me.
Me too.
Also, for what it's worth, I have only ever played once with Rafik, previously known as Narafi. I would enjoy the next session I go to have some time with him. So I think I've had like one conversation with him.
I will emphasize, I know we're kind of wrapping things up for tonight. We don't necessarily need to leave this session knowing where everyone is going, because there will probably be, if you guys have anything else you want to do in town, at least one more like broken up downtime session.
Yeah.
I know Tex had some things you want to do. I think Branch had a couple of things.
I have things I want to do too.
Perfect.
But I just wanted to throw that out there before like it decided. Just was like I don't know this guy, and now I extra don't know this guy
For sure.
or Kaz. I think I've only been with Kaz once too.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah, we can absolutely sort out like how we want to do the splits based on not only what your characters want, but meta, who you would like to play with, who you haven't played with much.
Well, should we go ahead and try to break into those groups now so we know what to plan for?
Yeah, we can like start looking at it and see how it goes. Maybe we'll end it tonight. Or know it tonight.
Is there any other information that any characters need to share before we start making decisions?
I would
probably all do. Sorry, go ahead.
I would be fine doing 3 groups if I can go and me and Narafi go to Unyo.
For what it's worth, I have no travel plans for a while, so I don't think we're going to have a big long break like we did. And again, sorry about that. It was great, but
Great, and I could do solo mission. Let's go.
Frankly, the less people I have going on this mission, the better.
I was going to say, the upside to doing 3 groups is the groups will be smaller, and you'll presumably go faster and get more done. So, like, it might end up being about the same playtime.
Yeah. Well, it does mean only playing every 3 weeks, which is kind of fine with me, honestly.
I mean, that's what we've been doing anyways.
Yeah.
Branch is willing to go break Rita out of prison with anyone who would help with that, and switch. So I'm assuming Fetch and Sketch would help with that if she's also there.
Yeah, so Jane, Brothers Atch, and Branch to Liberty.
Yeah, I know that I would probably be really helpful for breaking people out because arcane security is like my whole thing.
True.
And
I don't want to go to see Argus after that.
It is.
Well, I think we're going to try not to see Argus.
Not
I
to
think we're
see.
going to try to break into the castle and avoid Argus and get this book.
And someone else, and then someone who could get the stone out would probably want to go get the stone out. Probably, yeah.
I'm in between this and then depending on if people are like, I have to what all is there.
So the big ones that are up is going to Unma to learn more about Drifter and the Desolate King. Going to Liberty to break Readout and learn more about the dreams that Jane, Sketch, and Fetch have been having. And probably learn more about Tesseract while you're there. Going to Threnaliax to either like go behind his back and steal the book, or confront them in the old growth and like fight some dragons or something. Going to the Aladalira Lighthouse and Luteon, which is partly to rescue Branch and Kaz's family, partly so that Kaz can go find out what's up with Lachilache, and partly so that Ruko can investigate the spy, the Spirit Weaver spy that has been fucking things up at the library and confront that.
Yeah.
And then finally, Tex eventually might want to go kill Ingwa to fuck with the Witchers and also get in with the Desolate King a little bit.
I would have to find Ingwa, though, and I have no idea where she went.
That is true. So those are the ones that have been
I have
mentioned so
a
far.
lot. I guess there's just two that I would want to go to is the problem. I would want to go to the islands because I can find out if I can even get back to the library.
For sure. It's also worth mentioning that like some of these are time sensitive, some of them aren't. Unma is presumably not super time sensitive. The Liberty one, again, not super time sensitive. She's been in prison for a couple of months already, so unless they're doing something urgently.
But it was like 3 days ago that I like sent that message, and she's like, "Well, that was a bad
True.
idea. This line is tapped."
That's
So
also true. And also,
that I think makes it time sensitive.
if the Switch dreams are related, as you suspect, her dream was also different a couple nights ago too. So things are changing, things are moving. The Pharynx Vecthanolix one is urgent. If you guys want to do that, that meeting happens in like 6 days. You really got to like get a move on and get your way out there.
But just as a point of clarification, it is not an insane pipe dream to think that we could get to Liberty via the train and then the doors to Pi and still get to Pharynxavac's castle before this meeting.
If nothing else, there's a railway that you can follow through a tunnel through the mountain, which is probably a little bit faster than just going all the way around.
Guys, that aesthetic sounds so fucking cool to me.
It does sound pretty cool.
The Spirit Weaver Lighthouse Luteon stuff is mildly time sensitive. It's not clear how long. Presumably, Branch's dad is like arriving
Not having
soon and probably not having a good time. But you know, Kaz's family was there for years. Who knows what's up? Who knows what's going on there?
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Also, presumably, the spy is not going to just hang out there forever.
It's worth mentioning she's been assigned to this lighthouse for years. She leaves sometimes. She's not there like every day of her entire life. But that is her station. She is stationed at that lighthouse and has been for some time.
Yeah, but she's also a spy.
Oh, true. I see what you're saying. I can't comment on that, but that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like Branch Kaz. Sorry.
The preferred one for Branch, Kaz, and maybe Ruko too is the Whistling Isles, and I guess
that's what I was saying.
Baby Boy might join us if we do that. But if we're split enough, might just go to Liberty to help with the Rita breakout if we are. So like either or, we can do depending.
Ruko,
Sorry, was Ruko trying to say?
Yeah, what was Ruko trying to say?
Oh, nothing. But just, it's my family. The Spirit Weaver's a spy, and things are ramping up, and people are dying. It's fine.
I assume you, Kaz, and Branch probably want to go to the Isle, and then the twins and Jane probably want to go to Liberty so that they can then like figure out what's going on with their mom and fake mom,
Something like that. And then the Liberty mission also basically is the Pharynxavac mission. Those two are kind of going to be all in one.
The thing is also a group also could just go straight back to the old growth and just spend this week literally just taking that rock out instead of doing it in like one day. Yeah, but sometimes it's boring to undermine your enemies.
Send NPCs to do it. What good are NPCs if we don't abuse them?
We do have an entire workforce here who could probably do that for us.
Can we convince the Wild or the Great Hunt that the thing they need to do to train is go mine a bunch of chronotriorite and bring it back to the landfall?
That's on you. You can try to convince them of that if you want.
Because honestly, that would be best if we could get all that chronotriorite over there over the course of this week. I hadn't thought of that as an option because it just doesn't sound like a fun D&D adventure. But if we can spend 5 or 6 days just mining up all that chronotriorite and bringing it back here.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like it's
the Great Hunt is not stupid, but they're also not stupid. They can't be fooled into just doing anything. But they also understand that running in guns blazing without a plan or some sort of an upper edge is just going to be a suicide mission. If you can convince them, like, oh, these will help you do your assault, they might consider it.
Yeah, you also don't need the Great Hunt to do it. You can hire actual miners.
That's also
like
true.
People,
you guys have
people who know how to work with stone.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
we have a lot of child workers in Pi.
Yeah, we even in with them too. They like me.
on the topic
Minor
of
miners.
labor, you guys are very aware that there is a dragon who's going to be visiting you, like, in a couple days, specifically to bring you rewards. You imagine you're probably about to have a payday in a couple days.
In fact, I'm going to ask you a question that's going to require you to make a bunch of research, but here we go.
Let's hear it.
What is it going to cost to hire enough people to mine all that chronotriorite in, say, 5 days?
In 5 days. Okay. I'm going to have to do some math on this, but let me make a note and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
It would be unskilled labor, probably with a couple of skilled laborers to do, like, oversight, and then I'll do math on, like, how long it actually takes to mine shit out.
We're gonna do that entire arc in Better Call Saul in 5 days.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then, like, how were we getting to where this place is, and how are we getting this stuff back? Do we have, like, a teleportation option?
How far was where we teleported from?
If you're doing it all on your own, you can teleport to the capital city of Pi, and then it's like 3 or 4 days north to actually get to the Vesper Garden. Unless you ask for help from Severalex, who can fly you up in about 7 or 8 hours.
Can she fly a team of miners up in 7 or 8 hours?
She flew
probably could, but would she?
She flew like 7 or 8 of you down. It was not super comfortable, but she also wasn't mega equipped for it. If you could convince her to get like a palanquin or something, you might be able to do more. If this would require a conversation with Severalex about how much she's willing to play taxi for you guys, while she's also supposed to be watching the old growth.
Are we also going to need to hire like smugglers to move all this chronotriorite through the gate at Pi back to landfall?
Right. Through a civil war.
Maybe instead of a reward from this dragon who helped the theft, just have it be like, hey, can you get this rock to your place, and then we can get it from you later.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
What about money?
Gotta steal money from Neo again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't take my reward again. This is the one time I actually get the reward money.
What do you mean again?
The last time that I got a reward, and it was a bunch of earrings that were required for the quest. Ooh.
I promise you guys are going to have a nice payday. I know it's been a long time.
Do you want this fishing rod? Would that make you feel better?
No, because you asked for that. That's your fishing rod.
Okay, for planning purposes, then. Fact,
I don't even want the fishing rod. I just want the code. Don't get ornery.
For planning purposes, yes. would my cut of the reward be enough to as a trade instead? Like, I don't want that. Could you instead have this rock transported out of the old grove?
That will depend on the conversation, which will probably play out in character because, frankly, Argumentative wants to talk to you guys. I don't know if that'll be all 10 of you or if
he's argumentative.
Read the name.
He wants to talk to you guys because you guys have helped him a couple times, and I'll probably poke you guys and see who wants to be here for that conversation, with the understanding that he is not only learning about you, he's rewarding you guys, and we'll go from there. But that needs to be played out, is what I'm saying, to figure out exact prices.
I'll definitely want to be there because I'm definitely going to be like, hey, you know that girl that you love, Afef? Well, yeah, that bitch was trying to kill her, and we're trying to undermine him. So, like, you know, we help you, you help us.
Right. For the record, he's kind of heard some of that story, and that's why he wants to come be friendly to you guys, is because you guys saved his friend. He likes Afef.
So maybe between sessions, you can whip up a quote for getting this done by just laborers.
Yep.
But either way, I don't think it changes the plan that even if the chronotriorite is not there anymore, Pharynexivec and Thernalax will still be going to see it, which leaves his castle empty nicely for us to go sneak into. So,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, Richard.
Could somebody potentially either Bill or if the Majutsu-kan or something, could somebody use the shrink spell on the Chrono Tririte, stuff it into a bag of holding, and leave?
What a great question. Let me see.
if it's arcane, I could also just learn it.
What happens when you shrink time?
You run out of time.
Bear in mind that, like, no spells in BF2 target items.
Shrink item, target an item, up to 20 cubic feet in volume, up to 80 bulk.
Oh my god, there's an actual shrink item spell.
There's a shrink
What
item spell.
Fuck.
So
There is.
Thank God.
It's the specific.
So it doesn't normally have an upcast effect that would let you do bigger things, but I love pushing things. I would almost certainly be willing to homebrew like a scaled version of this that takes a higher level spell slot and works on bigger things. I'll need to do a little bit of like
What's
homebrewing.
the default? What's the default level slot?
The default is a 3rd level spell that lets you do up to 20 cubic feet, not 20 length into dimension, but 20 cubic feet, which is like a refrigerator size.
Which is fine if we break it down to 20 cubic feet.
Is it concentration?
It is not. It just lasts for the rest of the day.
Gotcha.
10 minute cast time. You
God,
can
it
dismiss
lasts
it early.
a whole day.
Lasts until the next time you make daily preparations. See?
That does pick up a question though. How much do we really trust the?
Sorry, this might be pertinent and useful to you guys, and because Jane nat 20'd this check earlier. When the spell ends, if there isn't room for the object to return to the normal size, the spell's duration simply continues. So
you put that shit in your pocket and just carry it.
In your pocket and you just carry it.
And what was the max item you can hit that with?
20 cubic feet or 80 bulk.
Okay, so like if we broke the boulder into like 8 chunks, if I'm doing my head math right,
I'd have to do that, but yeah.
You could shrink each of those chunks down to a little pebble, put it in your pocket, and it would stay small until you took it out of your pocket.
It'd be like 10 3rd level spell slots, if that math is right, but that's doable. That's a thing you could hire. So 3rd level spell slot is what, like a 5th level mage? You've got a few of those floating around.
You can hire a 5th level mage, or you can buy several scrolls and cast it yourself.
True.
Right. Is it an arcane spell?
It is, yes, arcane. Only arcane.
Only arcane.
I can just learn it.
Feels like that should also be a cult. That's odd.
Yeah,
It feels like a occultism
you can
spell.
decide.
It feels like a very. I have enlarged, but I don't have it. Yeah, so it feels like I should also be able to shrink
It
things.
feels like you should shrink things too.
It's weird that shrink is arcane and primal.
Shrinking creatures as
Just
primal makes
shrink.
kind of sense. Yeah, I think the shrink spell works on only critters, and that kind of makes sense for primal.
I do have a question though. How much do we really trust the guild that we're working for right now?
They're gonna cut and run as soon as they're done with whatever they're gonna do.
Which presumably is going to go get their daughter. While you guys are doing all your shit, they're going to hear like, "Oh, Thernalax's castle is empty and the tree's up. Now's our chance."
Oh, so that's what they're. I don't think I've been around when we've talked to them.
Right. That's a conversation that you guys might want to actually have. But the plan before you just did all these missions is you guys drop the tree and then we're going to do it. So they were probably already going to do it anyway. And if you tell them, "Oh, the castle is empty," by the way, they're going to be like, "Oh, perfect. Now's our chance." It's
So
a reasonable
their daughter
suspicion.
and that book is at the castle.
No, a different castle.
Yeah,
I thought.
Different castle.
I
The book's
originally
at a
thought the
different
book
castle
was
for the
in
daughter.
that castle, and then Feck was like, "Fuck you, it's not."
So there's the 2 dragons. One of the dragons has their daughter. One of the dragons has the book.
Correct.
And both the dragons, one of them is the employer of the other.
Correct. The one with the daughter is the liege, the owner of the one with the book.
And the one with the book is the one who Argus is trying to make a deal with.
Correct. Yes.
And I don't remember what all these letters say because there's a zillion of them.
Yeah, there sure are.
Is the impression that Thernalax doesn't know about the book or doesn't know that Pharynexivec has it?
Doesn't.
Or no, didn't he give it to him?
He gave it to him. So that is why Book Boy became the thrall of Thernalax, is because Thernalax gave him the book. So presumably Thernalax knows about the book and knows that it's important enough that this other dragon was literally willing to become a subservient vassal for it.
Do we know why Thernalax is going to see this Chrono Tririte? Like, what's his interest in it?
The letter seemed to indicate that it was kind of just a curiosity, but It was just letters, and there could certainly be ulterior motives.
Okay.
Nothing in the letters gives you a clear motive other than just curiosity.
Understood.
All right. It's midnight. We can start wrapping up. If anybody has anything they want to do while everyone is present, now's kind of your chance. We'll probably... Or go ahead.
Can I do some solo things that might influence Texas stuff after folks clear out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Can we make bullet points of what everyone shared with everyone? So we
yes.
can also have a little like, oh, this is what like Rafiq wants, or this is what he plans to do. That he's like that he'd share with everyone in case, like, oh, if you come across anything related to the Desolate King, please investigate it or deal with it. You know.
So just on that, like a similar note, like I know we are sitting here staring at this giant page of lore that we haven't all read all of,
right?
And obviously, we're not going to have a conversation about every one of these bullet points,
correct?
But can we like safely assume as a family that we have all shared all this information with each other?
I would love that. That would make my life easier. It's up to you guys if any of you have secrets you want to keep.
So I'm not keeping any secrets here.
Yeah. Then there would be one thing that Athen would have brought up that I think is pertinent to himself mostly. It's just like, I first don't know if this is something that's changed, but I remember the original pitch, and I was wondering if like this is something that history has changed. The years of the Golden Warlock.
Yeah, the years of Golden Sand, the peaceful time in the Desolate King's
peaceful
life.
time. Is it true that the Desolate King went and took the seed of the Moonlight Prayer during this time? Or was that something history wrote and Athen was like, that's not true? What actually happened was we were attacked, and that's why he became like the Desolate King again.
Absolutely. Let's start with the official story. The history that most people believe is that the king was being peaceful, and then kind of out of nowhere did the surprise attack on the Vesper House, stole the seed, and then was like, "Fuck you guys, I'm going evil again." That's like the official story, right? This was all a surprise ruse. Athen.
That's what he saw in the mansion, in the what they call the museum.
The museum, yeah, absolutely.
That's what struck him as odd.
Absolutely. So I guess this would be like pulling on your past life memories, which I don't know if we really had to do a whole lot yet.
But my headcanon is like he literally remembers what he did when he died.
Correct, and also if I can tilt your hand a little bit here, you have runes etched all over your bones to help with this. Your memory would be that you guys were on a political trip away from town and suddenly learned, oh, there's been an assassination at the palace. And that was the first you learned of like, oh, apparently we attacked the Vesper House. Which is to say, you don't remember your dad saying, hey, I'll be right back, kid. I'm going to go attack the Vespers. He acted like it was a surprise that happened.
Yeah. I think that Athen doesn't say anything to change this information, because it's like, to Athen, it's like a child of Hitler saying my dad wasn't so bad.
Sure.
No matter what, like he's like, why would I ever defend my father?
Sure.
Like, no matter how wronged he was, it doesn't matter. What he did was monstrous. Our name is ruined, and nothing I say will like save him or me. I just have to kill him. So yeah, that was just for my mind. I was like, okay. So that was different from what history remembered.
Absolutely, yeah. Your picture of it was a little different. You have no idea how serious, or if he was being deceptive. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. But you don't get the impression that he was behind the attack, or if he was, he kept it secret.
It's notable also that the seed of the Moonlight Prayer was found somewhere else.
You guys haven't
If I
found
recall.
the actual seed. You don't know where the seed is, but you found
Right.
a sprout, a little tree, a little baby tree in the Vesper Old Growth, where presumably the seed was made. And Witherwing was like peeling pieces of it off to take somewhere.
Right. What's he doing with that shit?
And Foster had that vision of a giant tree in front of a pyramid, and I believe Foster said out loud, like, "Oh, that's kind of similar. They look like the same tree."
Ah, that's where it is then.
All right. Anybody else have
But the
anything they
taste
want to do while everybody is here?
Is Kaz still around?
Yeah.
Do you want to have a quick conversation? Or quick or whatever.
Yes.
We can save it. Sorry.
Might be a good idea. Yeah, I'm pretty out of it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. We'll wrap up here soon.
I just don't want to have an important conversation that I won't remember next time we play because I was too tired.
Totally fine.
It's
We are
all good.
actually like 10 minutes over.
Yeah.
With that said, so everybody is kind of free to scatter if you need. I know Tex wanted to do some solo stuff, and I'll happily play out a little bit more of that if you guys want to do that before I wrap up.
Yeah, Rafik's just planning what to do next.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
All right, good luck.
I'm
Some of this just might kind of influence
literally.
what Tex decides to do.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it a night too, gang.
All right, have a good night.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Good night.
Good night.
Level 8. Level 8.
Level 8. We did it, guys.
Level 8.
We've used our level 7 features maybe one time. Calm down.
Did anyone actually use one of the level 7 features this
Yes.
session?
Yeah.
Not this session, but
I
previously.
used a fourth level spell slot, so that kind of counts.
Oh, I guess I used it. I failed to use one last time, but I haven't used my feet yet. It's
I used
good.
my skill potency and deception on you motherfuckers.
Hell.
No, wait, I forgot that one was extra. I did not actually have that one.
All
Alright, bye guys.
right, later.
Bye.
All right, Tex, what you doing? What you got?
First, before I forget, I did not realize that the Vesper assault was the thing that kicked off the Golden Wars.
It's okay. The Golden Wars started like 10-ish years after the Vesper House, which in a
Okay.
historical context certainly is pretty close. There's not a lot of evidence to suggest like one directly led to the other or it was the cause.
Okay. I was mostly wondering if I ever had any dreams or memories of Foster's.
Right.
Uh,
I see what you're asking.
If that was part of what's fueled me.
For sure. Your understanding is that the Foster death was like about a decade before the Golden Wars started.
Okay. And yeah, so the rewards we're getting from Argumentavex.
Yes.
That won't be for several days.
It'll be for a few days, yeah.
A lot of what people are wanting to do is time sensitive.
Understood.
And Tex needs to talk to this dude.
Understood. If it's
so-
urgent, you could probably send a message to Severalex or like even do some teleportation stuff and maybe get him here sooner as like a meta contrivance. If it would be more meta convenient to have this conversation earlier, I can try to speed it up.
Yeah.
Then let's say that once you guys get here and talk to Severalex and she kind of begins to understand like, oh, you guys are doing stuff urgently. She's going to send a message to Argumentavex and see if he can get down here from Oakhamel and also use this portal and have him talk to you, like, tonight.
Cool.
And we'll play that out next session or whatever, but
Okay.
for your planning purposes, assume that you will have had to talk with Argumentavex and gotten a bit of a payday by then.
Okay, cool. Can I go do a couple of sendings to some people?
Absolutely. Who you got?
I don't know what the best, like, sending methods are. We have, like, 5 different rituals that do this.
There's a whole lot of different options.
And I don't know how much all of them cost.
Sending ritual. So your cheapest option is if it's somebody Ruko has seen, is to just have Ruko do a dream message for you, or Foster or Jane. They can all do that. If it's something...
It is not...
Gotcha. If they are a friend of yours, I believe the next cheapest option is contact friend. The main issue there is you really only get like one question, which I've kind of interpreted as like a topic worth of questioning. It's not like super strict where you monkey paw one question, get one answer, and they die, like speak with dead. But it's not like you can sit there and have an extended conversation. That was
like it's a duration of 10 minutes, so presumably you get a little bit of dialogue.
Exactly. You get like a little scene. And we've done that one a lot. That's what most people have been doing lately. And then finally, the proper sending ritual, which just lets you cast the sending spell, is 100 gold.
It's 100 gold?
As a ritual, yeah. Or I could see if anybody actually has the spell. I don't know if anybody here has sending yet. It's higher level in the system, I think.
Stupid. How much is Contact Friends?
50 gold.
Oh, boy.
There's also just like paper birds. If you wanted to just send a paper bird, that's an option. Those are much cheaper.
No. Okay. I'm going to contact friends, and I am going to contact a couple of folks, or try to.
Do you want me to do the ritual for you? I have like a backup. I don't know what the regular person there gets, but I get like a +8, and if I fail, I get a reroll for free.
Potentially. What's Ruko's bonus?
Or
I have no idea.
Occult? I believe it would be either occultism or arcana. Let me double check the ritual. Rituals, contact friend. Yeah, arcana or occultism.
Do you have something that's at master level yet, Ruko? In skills?
I don't know.
So he has
if
not done
we
his level.
leveled up.
Yeah, you've not done your level 7 one yet. You will get a master. You got acrobatics for free. It would be reasonable for you to put your next one in occultism, since that's kind of your main spellcasting stat.
Yeah.
So let me make a note to finish your level up, but I'll hand wave for now if you want. You can put your master in occultism. And that would make your bonus +8.
Does... Boy.
Also, I don't think the caster doesn't see what's happening. You just said, right?
Right. That's the big thing, is do both casters hear everything?
From what you described, like when you said like Mare was only able to even see what was going on because I invited him there. Mine.
No, everyone is present, but you're able to kind of voluntarily dissociate yourself. So Ruku could say, no, I won't look, and then he could either peek or not peek. I don't think Tex would know whether or not Ruko peeked, but Ruko could voluntarily choose to not watch.
Yeah, it's the only reason I didn't like bring Branch into my conference call. 1, he can't keep a secret. 2, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't show him this just yet until later.
I don't know. Okay, so I genuinely don't know if Branch calling Naravi or happened that like every time should have been in character or not.
I have no clue. He just keeps saying like, your father, and I'm like, I don't know if that's in character.
It's probably not, honestly,
Okay.
but I just kept playing it as because I didn't want to interrupt anything. Sorry about that. I've been on like fucking 5 hours of sleep for the past few weeks. I don't know. Sorry.
Nobody knows what's known or what isn't at this point.
People sleep.
Full disclosure to everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're gonna write a whole like, oh, this is what you know about me now, and this is like what I want.
The really nice thing about this session, and the reason I wanted to do it, is because it sounds like everybody is now finally like fully open on the same page, and I'm gonna get these summaries done so that everybody can have a good refresher of what everyone knows.
But like genuinely, I felt so bad about the fucking Aethan. I didn't. I genuinely fucking just fucked that up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Outed me in front of my parents.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Fuck.
It's alright. These things happen.
Yeah.
What's the DC for contact friends?
Let's see. I always forget this. I want to say 16.
15?
It's 15 or 16. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, something like that. I think 16.
Better not be 16.
I know it's a hard DC for our level.
Or for twice the spell level, which is 6 minus 6 is 16. Yeah, 16.
Fuck my life. Okay. When you get, I'm not gonna get a critical success. I don't care. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do it myself. I can't have anyone listening in on this.
All right, understood. Perfect. Then yeah, you make your way over.
You hero points.
The attendant is like, "Oh, can I help you with anything?"
I just need to use the Athenaeum.
Certainly. Would you like help casting it?
I'll bite. I'll bite your stupid bullshit.
Literally, this is the same Mage for Hire stat block that the others have been using.
What level are they?
Let me double check. Let's find out. Mage for Hire.
They're decent.
They're level 3.
Cool.
The big thing is that they have the focus spell, the Diviner Sight, so they can essentially have like a pre-rolled 20 that they choose whether or not to use.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. Then this mage will kind of follow you in there, ask who you're trying to contact, walk you through the process of performing the ritual, and then we'll start by doing one of these. Find out what the roll will be or could be. Roll could be a natural 13.
What's their bonus?
8, so to make it 21.
Good enough.
All right. Then you feel the ritual connect and start to reach out. Presumably, who are you trying to contact?
Somnum Exterrari Solabat Sapiens.
Oh my god. Right, of course.
Say that 5 times fast.
Okay.
No.
I'm surprised you did it once, off the cuff.
You got such a mouth, right?
Alright, I gotta go. I gotta go pick up someone for the airport. Bye.
Take care.
Later.
Drive.
Did you just say drive?
Yeah, I didn't know what else to say. Like,
I think I was like, drive.
have a good drive. Have a good night and safe trip
Drive
to
safe.
the airport, and also
Shut
back
up,
from the
Sam.
airport, and then sleep whenever you do.
Bless you for all that, and you as well. Drive safely to the airport and sleep.
Yeah, next time I go to the airport, I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, bye guys.
But every time
Bye.
before then that I'm
Bye.
driving any place that isn't an airport, I'm gonna be reckless as fuck.
Oh,
You begin to feel yourself pulled into this very, like, clean, almost sterile, clinical, magic space. This blue sky all around you where you float suspended in the middle of nowhere. But then you feel the connection start, and very suddenly, with just a quick whoosh, like something has come in and made the place their own, you watch as the blue sky is replaced with a dark, starry night sky. There's bits of swirling blue and purple light, space dust filling the space all around you, twinkling stars in all directions. And then you see the stars kind of peel themselves apart like they're a blanket, and out from under the blanket comes this creature. This black, shadowy figure wrapped in a starry cloak. These bright red and black striped horns that come up from the top of their cloak. 2 yellow, beady eyes, one on top of the other, kind of vertically aligned, peek out from under the cloak. And at the bottom of the edges of the cloak, you see these skittering legs, dozens of centipede-like legs. And this creature begins to just kind of crawl out through space and approach you. And it leans over and looks down. Friend.
Am I able to affect my appearance in this astral projection?
To the extent that you're still recognizable, so you could take on your real form if you wanted, if that's what you're fishing for.
Yeah, yes, please.
Perfect.
I'm so tiny.
You're so little. I think you're actually large in that form, I forget.
Bigify.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of time to talk, but I just wanted to know, are you responsible for the maddening?
Let me do it. And let me refresh my memory on goals, personality, and alignments and motives real quick. Give me just a second.
Let me just check. and rewrite the backstory to say yes?
No. I would never, because if I did that, I have to keep track of all my lives. My story building truth is to establish it and never change, because I'll forget what I did. But I do have to do that right now to remember allegiances and things like that. I may have had a hand or a few in it, and kind of wiggles like 8 or 9 of the little centipede legs.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Well,
Why, you aren't having trouble, are you?
no, but I wanted to give you a gold star. Fuck the Spirit Weavers. However, I am traveling with one at the moment, so make sure you leave that one alone. At least for now.
I can try. What is their name?
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you fishing for anything in particular, or just kind of a general vibe check?
Kind of vibe check, but also, like, is he... If I tell him Ruko, is he going to target Ruko?
I understand.
Do we have a cordial enough relationship that he would respect this?
You guys have a rapport. It might even be fair to say that you guys are friends, although certainly the friendship between Golden Fiends is different. There's always kind of a looming pressure of, oh, are they going to try to gobble me up and steal all my power?
Right.
With that said, I'm a 16. You've done enough favors back and forth that he probably owes you one, and I think the impression you get is that, like, this doesn't seem like a big deal to them. It doesn't seem like... Actually, what, 16?
Yeah.
I want to be very careful. Do you have fiend lore, right? Or demon lore?
I do.
You notice a pretty subtle shift in posture that seems to suggest that maybe Sami here didn't think this conversation was going to be about this, was expecting a worse conversation, and seems almost relieved at, like, oh, it's just this, it's just a little favor. And they're kind of like, certainly, I can leave them alone. You get the impression that this either doesn't mean very much to them, or they're so relieved that this is not some other topic that they're happy to just, like, comply. Small fish for this guy. Not a huge deal.
Cool.
Professional courtesy.
Yeah, I will tell him, Ruko Zorkai. Is it Zorkai?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Zorkai. You're traveling with the Zorkai.
Not the cool one. The other one.
Between you and me, I wouldn't touch them anyway.
Good. Can have that totem gift wrapped for me, by the way. And I'll end the thing.
You watch as the horns kind of flop a little bit right as the vision ends, and you return back to the landfall room.
Perfect.
Did that help you decide?
No. It gave me a bunch of information, but it also has fully confirmed that I have zero interest in anything anyone else is doing currently.
All right. Anybody else have anything, or did Tex have any other stuff you wanted to do?
I had one other contact that I was thinking about doing, but now that kind of confirmed what I was already kind of suspicious of, and was going to ask this person.
I see.
However, I think I'll try and contact them anyways to ask them something a little different.
Ooh, lovely. All right, another 50 gold. Another, I think it's like
Yep.
10. Actually, it might be an hour cast time. But either way, the ritual.
I think it's
Let's see. The mage here, it's a focus point, so they can get it back and pre-roll again, see what they get. Pre-roll is another 13 for another success.
perfect. Then yeah, I'll take that.
All right, who are you reaching out to?
I'm gonna reach out to Judica.
I love how frequently I have to, like, just
He is
kind of check and see how friendly we really are, but this is certainly close enough.
it's a
Boy.
he's definitely not my friend.
Yeah. If Judica felt you reaching out, I think at the very least you would understand, like, oh, there's something going on with Edel, and I should probably respond. And that's kind of the vibe you get as you're pulled back into this very static arcane place. This time it remains the very clinical blue sky all around you. And you watch as the vision of Judica is momentarily pulled into your mind's eye. What form do you take for this one?
Definitely my normal form.
You watch as Judica kind of like steps out of the mist, looks at you, crosses his arms, spits, and you watch as the spit just kind of like trails down into the arcane sky below you.
Good to see you too.
Make it quick. What is this about?
Come on. We have a common enemy.
Fine.
I can't deal with the wolf in my current state. So I need you to tell me, why did the Dark King, Somnum, and Nocturnus receive my totems?
You... no check required. You watch as his eyes kind of go a little wide for a second, and then he, like, uncrosses his arms, he leans in, very curious looking. They have your totems. That's where they went.
Oh, you didn't know?
The totems were in storage. They went missing about the same time that Amelia Patterson went missing. We assumed she stole them.
Well, you lot need to work on your security.
Yeah, it's a shame. All of our things just seem to go missing all the time.
Well, I only get one question, so
Yeah.
thanks for nothing.
There is a wisp of wind, and you feel yourself pulled back into the landfall room.
Cool. Was Amelia the zombie?
Yes,
I always
Amelia
forget her
was
name.
the zombie,
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Interesting.
And for the record, she is where you found the broken part of the tiger totem.
Yeah. Yeah. Boy, that just makes me want to go to Unyo even more.
Blessed day. Alright, got anyone else? Or does anybody else have anything they want to do?
That is it for Tex.
Excellent.
I want to do shopping, but I can probably do that between sessions.
For sure, for sure. That'll also be easier once you know how much gold you've gotten and any other rewards you got. Cool. Then we'll go and wrap things up here. We'll probably do some like split up downtime sessions where you guys get paid, go shopping, do prep, do follow work, do anything else that you want to do in town before choosing missions. But we'll figure out all that between the weeks.
Cool.
Groovy. Oh, I gotta trim these down so much more still. Thank God everyone's on the same page on this, so don't have to keep track of who knows what.
How do I
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burnt us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men